capitalising on an error and sprinting, excuse the horrible pun, with Bolt, right the way up the pitch, and a dream start for them. Now high.
Good save.
Really good stop. Really good stop. Karim High there, as we're saying, one of their talented players, one of the wild cards actually in the German outfit. They have to hit back right away. It's a real nightmare start. We spoke about the German sides yesterday being underwhelming overall, as we now have the first minute, which is gone, and High has found a bit of space here. Can the keeper finish?
Now they can counteract. Oh, they've got that pace, don't they? Yesterday we saw some players not willing to take it on, but he's got the empty net. Oh, well, for someone of his quality, he could have done a bit better there, Luis Enrique Bolt.
Yeah, no, I expect it. You said, player of his caliber, player who's already got a goal.
It was an empty goal.
It was an empty goal. Really, at least get it closer to the goal as possible. But
look, here's the MVP, Ozturk.
Here he is, Ozturk himself, Dennis Ozturk, their number 7 too. Karim High looking to put it onto his favoured right boot still. Karim High, now Ozturk is there, but the keeper really good. He's started brightly, the keeper, and look at that, this has to be second goal.
Made himself big there, Daniel Dressen. Narrowed the angle for Bolt. I think maybe he let that one run a little bit because he had so much time, Bolt, to either take it round him or to shoot. And when he shot, the goalkeeper was only a couple of inches away from him.
He may have hurt himself, Bruno, in the process there, so putting his body on the line for the cause for his team as we try and listen in. So the clock has been stopped.
Please, wait.
Because of an injury here to the keeper.
Do you want medical? Yeah?
Oh, so he does want the...
They want some treatment.
Medical, please, medical!
That'll be the wheelchair coming on again.
Exactly, and Bruno's...
Although it's a hand injury, so...
It's a hand injury, Bruno's not joking. They don't have the stretch here. We have honestly, literally a wheelchair for those who maybe have an injury and want to, or can't physically actually walk off the pitch, leave the pitch. One of the rules of Kings, one of the many rules, is when there is an injury, is of course the clock does stop. Otherwise, they let the clock continue continuously, and what a save it was, really good. I think it was on that follow-up there just afterwards. It wasn't in the save itself that he hurt himself, the keeper. It was afterwards, that sort of follow-through from Bolt. But we expect Dressen to do his very best to grit his teeth and continue.
Yeah, look, unfortunately it's not a finger. Fingers are normally the main issues for goalkeepers, aren't they? Dislocated, broken, that can really cause a lot of issues in terms of continuing in the game. But you can see there's just a bit of spray underneath, sort of in the wrist area, which presumably I'd imagine that Daniel Dressen will be able to play through that pain.
I think so. We also saw a nice bit of sportsmanship there. Lewis Bolt just coming across. Obviously, I apologise. It was nothing, obviously, intentional there. Just sort of the follow through and just the leg falling through and catching that wrist, the hands of Dressen. A bit of the magic spray coming out.
Perfect.
I think he's going to just try and grit his teeth and continue. They need, obviously, him to step up again, but that was a really good stop. It was certainly worth it in terms of keeping the goal out, and Karim High coming back for some defensive duties there. So we are now 4v4, a reminder with each passing minute, another player coming on after 5 minutes. We will be 7v7, where the space, of course, will be far more limited. Now there's lots of open space, which is where you tend to see more goals earlier, and of course the closing stages, as the number 4 here, Vini Melaquinha, looking to shoot. We have now Thiago de Oliveira also playing his part in the build-up play, and he may go for shoots. Oh, he went for the shot indeed. That was impressive.
Oh, the shot was on naturally, wasn't it, for the goalkeeper, because they were blocking off any pass and sort of saying, if anybody's going to shoot here, we'd rather it be the goalkeeper than the outfield players. Although from what we've seen in the Kings League yesterday, by no means are the goalkeepers any slouches when it comes to finishing.
Oh, absolutely. No,
nice save as well.
Mr. MVP, Dennis Ozturk, stinging the gloves off Thiago de Oliveira, involved at both ends. And yesterday, sometimes I was a little bit surprised, wasn't I, Bruno, when a goalkeeper scored? But you quite sort of said to me, well, if you have as many viewers watch the Kings League, you know that it's actually quite common for the keepers to get their names on the score sheets and, of course, play their part at both ends of the pitch. And talking of keepers, Dressen could be called into action here. as he went diving to his left, and did he get a touch, or did it take a touch?
No,
on
he
his way
did.
through?
No, he made a touch, and I was looking at him to see if there was any sort of grimace on his face after making the save, or if he held his right hand, his wrist, and it seems to be okay. No reaction. Oh, whoa, wow, that's over the net.
That is over the.
Give it a header.
Oh, I wanted the ball to come our way there. Yesterday we had a little fright, didn't we, Bruno, when one of the shots headed and was fired our way. But obviously we were protected by the net, but we just forgot that the netting was there.
Well, I never would have imagined that somebody would have been capable of shooting over that net.
Over that net, and over that little barrier as well above it, which is obviously keeping the lights as well. So, but we are protected, of course, so thankfully, because there was a moment we were a little bit worried when the shot was fired our way. So if you have just joined us, well, welcome to the party. We've got another action-packed evening of Kings League action. Flux leading 1-0 thanks to a goal from Usain Bolt. It's Lewis Bolt, an early goal, not as early as his record-breaking goal, which is after just 2 seconds. In Serie A, by the way, it's 6 seconds, the record for Rafael Leao. Just again, throw that in there.
I wouldn't be able to say in La Liga who's got the quickest goal. I can't really remember.
Can you remember any very fast goals, though?
I remember a very fast one from Joseba Llorente with Villarreal, but not sure exactly how quick it was, and I wouldn't be able to say which is the quickest and how quick it was.
Yeah, but we've said it happened only 4 or 5 years ago, which is why it's in the collective imagination. We're approaching that 5th minute when we are going to be 7v7. It'll become a little bit more tactical, at times maybe a little bit passing around players and teams more patient in their build-up play as they try and carve out an opening. This is more for the moment for the purists, we tend to say, don't we, you and I, Bruno?
Exactly. This is for the old school footballing fans, and they've made a mistake there on the counter. Good defending coming across, blocking off the shot, and it ends up in hands of Thiago Oliveira. There was really a great deal that who was that?
It was Kurmali, Kurmali.
Kurmali, one of the wild cards for Footballistas Loco.
As you were also saying and explaining, you see 3 wild cards per team.
Yeah.
And Kurmali, one of those 4 Footballistas Locos FC, who are trailing here, and they want to find a way back into that. They've seen more of the ball, it has to be said. As you can see, they're just approaching 60% of the possession, but so far reasonably sterile possession as yet. Haven't really had that clear opportunity, but of course there's plenty of time left on the clock for them, and we'll see maybe with 7v7. Some teams actually prefer when it gets to that 7v7, they have more that kind of style, whereas the Brazilians, so we know when there's less space, they prefer that. Thanks to their futsal background, they sort of, as soon as they pretty much bought this, I'm playing futsal, I think, in Brazil, alongside when they're given their bottle, they're given a football early age, and that's why they're such a great and proud footballing nation.
Playing it around very nicely right now. This is the stereotypical Brazil against Germany performance. There's sort of a bit more power and strength from the Germans, and very well organised. And the Brazilians, yes, they've not had as much of the ball, but it does feel like when they have had the ball, it's been in these kinds of positions, hasn't it? They're sort of the final third, whereas the Germans' possession, I feel, has been in their half or close to the halfway line. So as you say, sterile from Footballistas Locos, and a lot more useful and a lot more intent in the possessions of Fluxo.
It's played short here from Fluxo, trying to get that second goal. And that's disappointing. When you mentioned, obviously, Brazil-Germany, obviously, for Brazil fans, a very unhappy memory. For German fans, we've got 2 of our German casters just to our left. Obviously, that humiliation for Brazil, but that impressive feat for Germany. And it was in 2014, wasn't that 7-1? I can't remember what it went down as. It was in the Maracanazo, or was that the one in 1950 when they lost to Uruguay? But there's history, of course, on an international with Brazil and Germany, isn't that's the point I'm trying to make. So Footballistas Locos will try and get maybe a little bit of revenge. Fluxo, 1% revenge for that defeat, that 7-1 hammering. Now almost 10 years ago. I'm
sure it won't heal any of those scars for Brazil fans if Flux are to win this against Footballistas Locos. Footballistas Locos actually got a couple of players who aren't German. At least we know there's a variety of nationalities, or at least the second-generation people in Germany and in Hamburg. But looking at the team sheet that we've been given from Footballistas Locos, you've got Lorden Handanovic, number 18, who his first nationality is Croatian, and Salvatore Giambra, number 21. Well, he's not one of those third-generation Italians. His first nationality, or at least that's what comes on the Excel sheet, is Italian.
An opportunity for FLC to break, but just running out of pitch on this near side. Kingsley helmet, Marcinek, and mentioned Handanovic, maybe think of the former Inter keeper, Samir Handanovic. And as for the Italians, we know there's a big Italian community in Germany. It has been for many, many years. And of course a big Turkish community as well. And we've seen the players born and bred in Germany, going through the German system, but they're not opting to represent Turkey. Hakan Çalhanoğlu is one of them. Kenan Yıldız is another one, playing for Turkey. And obviously this is his team, the now 20-year-old, the bright spark for Juventus. They're looking to him to carry the way.
And I'm sure he'll be following this game because they've told us that Kenan Yıldız throughout the regular season in the German Kings League did follow on his phone, sometimes even on the team bus.
Yes,
to Juventus fixtures.
That's spot on.
That's how keen he was on this project.
Now his side can maybe get an equals, but that's disappointing there. That's disappointing. The final third not really being good enough as we go towards the 10-minute mark here, the German side. And that's why it's actually quite a lot of Juventus fans follow FLC as well, because of Kenan Yıldız. We've seen, as you said, on the team bus post-match, trying to be as close as possible to this side. Kenan Yıldız, of course, commitments naturally coming first with Juventus, but now that the season is over, although I have to say that the Club World Cup is on the horizon, so he'll be gearing up for that after his upcoming international commitments, but then, of course, naturally keeping one eye on the Kings League here at the Cupra Arena for the regular stage, for the group stages, right the way through to the semi-finals, as FLC are just trying now to find that equaliser, make it 1-1, make it game on again. They could, of course, play a presidential penalty. Those are and can be used in the first half. This is promising, very promising. Salman Rebronia, 1-1. We said it was promising, and here is the outcome.
Well, they know how to play football, these Footballistas. You can see why they are the winners of the Kings League Germany. Look at the way they stroke that ball around. And we were saying that it's the Brazilians normally that play the ball around and find those little spaces, those little openings. But it was the Germans today who are looking very well structured. And it was a good finish. You can see from this angle how it was just sort of curling away from Diego Oliveira, who's been so good so far. Very, very good finish. And I think it's a deserved goal for them to be back level.
Well, yeah, you're right, because they've done well to soak up the pressure, hold firm, and not concede that second goal. Credit must go to Daniel Dressen, who hurt himself in the process, and now FLC can maybe get a second and turn things around here. Just how quick things can change. Now it's Flux on the break, looking for that second goal. As a player down, the referee had a good view of it. He says no foul there. And Vinny Melaquinha, who went looking to the referee. Our German casters, our colleagues, have now piped up again. They were fairly silent in those opening minutes, but now that their side are level,
their flights back home depend on some of these results, so they might have a bit more space in this this corner of the arena.
Let's hope they go far, but not that far, so we can have a bit more room here, and we can and also they've got lots comfier chairs than us. That's not a criticism towards the Kings League, far from it, but if they do go, we'll be nabbing them, and we'll be sitting a little bit more comfortable, let's put it that way. Played into the box there again by that number 16, by Kurmali, one of their 3 wild cards. Now Flux, can they retake their lead? Yeah, a lot of noise inside the Cupra Arena being made. Not quite much as yesterday when the Moroccan fans following UC.
It'll be difficult to reach those levels again today. But we saw some Brazilian flags yesterday. We saw Argentinian flags as well. So, there is some representation from these nations. And I've seen also family members in the stands earlier. I saw some of these German players speaking, the father was in the stands. It's nice to see as well, yeah.
No, we always love to see when there's family members present, whether it's the wives, the girlfriends, partners, children as well. I always find it very, very cute when they bring on their young children as well onto the pitch, and obviously that always gets. I'm an emotional guy. That's the Italian side of me, Bruno. That always gets to. And la famiglia is molto importante in Italy as well. So it is great to see, and it shows the importance that they want their family members here as well to be part of this event. The second
Kings World Cup for a lot of these players, Tom. This is huge because many of these guys are lower divisions. Regional, 4th tier, 5th tier. Well, the best players sometimes are 4th tier, 5th tier. Some others are just not Sunday league, but sort of not even semi-professional football. So this is a huge event for them. Not only is you playing in a wonderful arena like the Cupra Arena, you're traveling to Paris. You're playing in front of fans, which a lot of the time they probably won't be on Sunday. in January when it's rainy and cold. It might be the proverbial man and his dog watching the game. And then, of course, it's streamed to so many people around the world. It just gives you so much visibility, and opportunities can arise for some of these people.
Absolutely. It's a way to put yourself on a real platform, the shop window, as they say, and we've seen that, and players really come to the fore as Flux is passing it around nicely. The shot coming in, but it's always rising. Listen, I was chatting earlier to Samo, who works behind the scenes, and one of the staff members of the Kings League, and I was asking him, we're chatting about Flux, and she was telling me that, if I understood correctly, Flux is the sort of the Portuguese word or in sort of Brazilian kind of dialect and slang for like party. It's a street party. That kind. So Flux are trying to bring that samba style here as they try and retake the lead here. So far, you can tell that that's their kind of approach.
Did you see them coming into the arena?
Oh, that was it. That was them, wasn't it?
Music,
there you go.
They came in with the samba music, the good vibes. You see that with the Brazil national side as well when they're on the bus. Music, good times, good fun. That's how Brazilians approach football.
And here they are trying to get that second goal, which they do. Fabulous try. They retake the lead. They're loving it in the stands. They're loving it in the presidential booth. They are now leading 2-1, and it was a wonderful hit by Thiaguinho.
Celebrations in that presidential booth. The good news is that both presidents are here today, which means we will get presidential penalties. And in that booth, you've got Nobru, who is one of the two owners or presidents of this team. There are two Free Fire gamers.
Oh, wow.
Games. You know, we're talking about Fortnite.
Yeah. Your big battle royale.
That is another game. So he's one of those big names on that scene, and he's here in that booth today, showing his support. And he'll have to step down to take a penalty at some stage in this game as well.
Presidential penalties can be played in the first half, but it's more common to see them in the second. That is when the Fortnite secret cards can be played only in the second half, and about to go into the final stages here as they might get an equaliser.
Good save by. Nice Julio Fest in goal now.
They've made the change. That's another thing.
Happens a lot, doesn't it?
Rolling substitutions. Roll on, roll off. It was Lordan Handanovic denied. There was a really good stop. You can see him charging towards it. What I was just trying to say, we're approaching the final minutes of normal time. Then we're going to the final 2 minutes when we have the JD roll of the dice, Bruno, and it's going to be Manuxo, the Gear 7 president for the Kings League Italy, to roll the dice for us. And that's when we could obviously, we will have reduced numbers, more space. And of course, I'm going to say that I feel that could really favour Flux in that moment, and we could see a few goals in those closing 2 minutes. And we saw that yesterday with the Brazilian side with Furia, as Flux now try and open up a 2-goal cushion right flank to the left flank. Lovely give and go this, but has it been kept in play? Well, now it goes out on that far side.
It's good defending, as you say, the 1-2. It's sharp, it's precise, it's quick. They're starting to play themselves into this game, Flux. We're starting to see what we were maybe expecting from them prior to kickoff, and they look a lot more comfortable. At 1-1, seemed a little bit flustered. I thought maybe Footballistas Locos were slightly edging the game, but you can see that the tide is turning. Possession, though, is still very much in favour of the Germans.
Absolutely, as they try and get that third goal in the final minutes of normal time. Can they get it on that occasion? They can. Will Footballistas Locos, will they try and go all out here and get that equaliser, or they just say, okay, we'll keep it at 2-1, just keep it tight, going into the JD roll of the dice, which is coming up shortly. It will be their president.
You can see what he was going for there. Once he nicked that ball, he was looking for the chip, as Daniel Dressen was a long way off the line, and it's Vinny with number 7 on the back of his shirt. That's normally a pretty strong combo.
Oh, absolutely. I'm wondering, they've just say it's easy to say from him in hindsight, they've had options left and right.
He did, but you know.
But we want to see that.
He nicked the ball, so he earned himself the right to be a little bit selfish.
So we're now into those closing stages before the JD roll of the dice, Bruno, and it will be Manuxo, Gear 7, president of the Kings League Italy, the honour, the privilege of rolling the JD dice. This will be the first one of this action-packed day. Our official partner of the Kings League World Cup clubs. And as we were saying yesterday, make sure, Bruno, I'm going to keep hammering you about this, you download the app and visit their website, one of their many stores, to check out the new range and all exclusive and only at JD Products. And it is the JD that comes out there, which means it is a 1v1 with goalkeepers. So thank you again to JD, our official partner.
And make sure you follow their Instagram as well, like everybody else, because there's a lot of exclusive content on there. I followed them already.
Listen, it's true. I was hammering you about the app, and you're quite right. You have to hammer me to start following them on.
I follow them. Yeah, I'm not great. I'm not great with my phone. I'm not great with apps, as you know, but I know how to work my way around Instagram, and I follow them. And look, there's a lot of exclusive content.
I think that's fair. You do the app, and I'll get on Instagram. I think that's a fair deal. So 1v1 with goalkeepers. We often see both start with a goalkeeper, and then they'll try and take that goalkeeper from two outfield players when they're in possession, but you'll see it in action very shortly with Flux on the ball right away with Bolt here. Trying to naturally work himself into a shooting position here and get the first effort on target in these final 2 minutes of the first half. Bolt, can he get the shot away?
I think he was going to find the angle or the corner. Dressen didn't get across. Bolt with the goal. And it's nice to see this 1-on-1 with the goalkeepers, because they're not allowed outside of the box, of course, which is different to how the game starts. But it's the purest and simplest form of football. It's what you did when you were 4 or 5 years old with your brother. No, it's 1-on-1. And it's the hardest form of football as well, because there are no spaces, there are no teammates, there are no distractions in terms of, well, I've got to keep an eye on a possible pass. No, it's you against me. See who gets the upper hand.
Now, FLC looking to hit back right away. Good goalkeeping again. That's springing off his line there, Thiago de Oliveira. Really good goalkeeping to preserve this now 2-goal cushion. Lewis Bolt then with 2 goals. And actually, Bolt's got the second hat-trick of the Kings World Cup clubs. We're looking to... Oh, that's lovely stuff. That is lovely stuff. That was absolutely lovely. That was beautiful.
He's gone for the baby shark celebration. Dennis Ozturk, the MVP. At least he's looked good. He's looked impressive. Since the start of this game, you can see why he's been the standout player in Germany, and he's scored an important goal for them. They're just making sure Fluxor don't get away from them in this 1v1, which we've seen. How many times have we seen teams open up that advantage, and then it's almost impossible to get back into the game?
Yeah, we saw that with Furia, didn't we, yesterday?
Furia were devastating every time there was a reduced format.
Against Kuni Sports, against I think naturally FLC would have tried to learn from that and make sure that Fluxor don't get any momentum, as Lewis Bolt looks to try and become the second player to score a hat-trick at the Kings World Cup clubs here. Here he goes.
Oh, I thought he'd done it. It was so similar to the previous one.
It really was. It really was.
Good keeper touch it. He's saying that the keeper got a fingertip to it. This is going to be the perfect angle. No. If anything, it came off play. Oh, and they've made a mistake with the substitution.
Have to come back here. Here comes Karim High.
Well done.
Vinny Jones. Now Karim High back on the ball, looking to make it 3-3. Here he is, onto that left foot, again, Vinny.
He saw he was going that way, didn't he? He read him like a book.
Oh, yeah.
Good defender, Vinny.
Lock, stock, and 3 goals against 2 here for Vinny, Alexandre and company at the halfway stage. So Leo, or rather Lewis Bolt, looking to follow in the footsteps of Leo Goal, become that second player. We are still playing on, although that first minute added time is up here. There may be a chance then for FLC. The chance of Brazil just to our right here.
Seems like something's being checked.
Yeah. Checking in progress.
Checking in progress. Let's see what they're going to offer us. What is being reviewed?
Yes.
What is it? Oh, it's to do with the substitution, isn't it?
Ah, there you go. Yeah. Did he go through the right channel as well? Did he come on through the right channel?
The VR. Check. the change, okay? Check complete is good. Yan. Okay, perfect. Check complete, okay? Goal kick.
Yeah, it was fine, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You can see,
Yeah.
I think they reacted very slowly to the substitution, but they made it, as you say, in that corridor. It's got to be in between those lines, that little channel, and they got it right. I mean, they did it late, but they got it right, and fortunately for them, Vinny was quick to get across and make that challenge.
So 3-2 then at the break for Flux against Footballistas Locos. We'll listen in to what's being said out on the touchline. We'll be back shortly for the second half.
It's okay.
Keep it cool.
It's okay. We're
Keep
still
it
in
cool.
this.
Whereas as for the Portuguese, obviously spoken by Flux, I love the sounds of it, just the way it was flowing, and the there, the down, the there, the jad. It's just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I wish I could understand Portuguese. I know a little bit. You obviously being Spanish, Bruno, you can understand a bit of it, or rather you read it well.
Yeah. Look, you can understand most of it, but they've got such thick accents that even for us, it's tricky at times to know exactly what they're saying.
But it's a beautiful sounding language, and so far it's a beautiful scoreline for them. They're leading 3-2, but they're looking to defend this very narrow advantage. This is where the secret cards and the presidential penalties are going to be key.
I'm going to say this now. I think Footballistas Locos can take this.
Oh, wow.
I think they can.
Wow. So you think that the first German side to get up and running?
Yeah, and it's not that they've been a poor team, but it's the worst Brazilian team I feel we've seen. Not that they've been bad. The Brazilians yesterday were so good.
Not the level of Furia.
I feel like they're a step below them. They're a step below them, and Footballistas Locos, you can see they're a bit better as well than the German sides we saw yesterday. So they're quite evenly matched, and I don't know, I've just got the sense that the way that the game is going, they're in this.
Melequinha, decisive player, 2 MVPs along the way for him. We'll see whether he can leave his mark here, and there he is. We're just focusing it on for you, Vinny Melequinha, trying to obviously get you lots of tidbits, lots of little stats and facts along the way, Bruno and I, for those who are new to the Kings League. And if you already know it, then you can say, well, I want more, and we'll try and get you more. And look, talking of more, Flux want more and more goals, and they may get that here. As Bolt tries to turn, a tame effort in the end, didn't really get much power, was boot through it.
That was a good turn, it was really quick, but Nico Chichi, the defender, that's a name for you, Chichi, and I won't tell you what that means in Spanish. He met him and turned very well and made a very good defensive effort to make sure that that shot didn't have too much venom behind it.
Again, they're always looking for Bolt, really. They're playing quite a lot through him, whereas we saw Furia yesterday had Lipao, Leletti, Mateus dos Santos, so they had more players that could actually get on the ball and create. Here you feel they just, I'm not saying they're a one-man team, but they're looking to Lewis Bolt to really be the inspiration. You sense that, and that's probably why you feel they're maybe a little bit lower down on the rung.
Yeah, there are fewer options, aren't they? Whereas against Furia, it was like you had to choose your manner of death. Like, am I going to dive through strangulation, or I'm going to die through... well, I'm not going to go into details into ways of dying, but you know, there were multiple ways that they could harm you, whereas here, as you say, if it's not Bolt, Vinny, I'm more impressed with him defensively, his energy, more so than his sort of one-on-one capabilities, but you don't really feel there are that many players in this team that take on somebody that makes something happen, that score a goal out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, in FLC, they continue to pass it around nicely. They're all very comfortable on the ball. It has to be said, that's a really good ball. Is this going to be the equaliser? That must have been a foul. No, we're playing on, but it will be checked, of course. Long-range strike, and it's trickled in. Vinny Alexandre opens up a 2-goal cushion. They're enjoying some tasty treats behind the scenes. It wasn't the tastiest of goals, but it took a big deflection. It's a very sweet, sweet feeling.
Well, it just happens time and time again in the Kings League. You need to shoot, just shoot, because there are so many bodies in the way. It's very rarely do you see somebody shoot and it's a clean path to goal. That doesn't really happen here. So how many goals have we already seen in these last couple of days? They've taken a deflection and the goalkeeper was absolutely helpless and couldn't do anything.
You're spot on, Bruno, and it's why we keep saying, have a go, have a go. If you haven't got the pass on, have a go. There's lots of bodies out there, can come off any player and take it, as we saw there, big deflection and wrong foot the keeper, basically, wrong foot the keeper. Now we've got Julio Carvalho, not to be confused with Ricardo Carvalho. He's now back on, taking over from Thiago de Oliveira, and I believe a presidential penalty has been called, Bruno.
Okay. Oh, and it's for the Brazilians, it's for Flux. I like that. I like that when they take them early, when they've just taken the lead, and it's sort of like try and keep that momentum going, trying to extend your lead. So a good timing from them.
Yeah, build up a bit of steam. I think that's the right tactic as the shot goes in. It was a good save in the end. It wasn't easy, and it took just to palm it away as well. Unfortunately, it didn't go to a Fluxor player. It was Helbert Jr. with the strike. As we've got now Vinny Alexandre just trying to create something here before the presidential penalty. If they could get a 5th goal, that would be impressive, and then the presidential penalty. But you speak about momentum, that's important because it's a confidence game, the Kings League as well. While you're on top, you have to try and capitalise, make the most of it. It's just floated in there.
Just before the presidential penalty, it could be a double blow for Footballistas Locos. And look, I'll take back my words. So Footballistas Locos, we're going to take this.
Well, listen, Bruno,
made to look quite the fool.
Listen, Bruno, I don't need to say anything. You've dug a hole for yourself.
And nobody was pressuring me. No one put a gun to my head and said, hey, you've got to say who's winning this.
No, and, well, it means that Helbert Jr. does get his goal. He had an opportunity a few moments ago. Listen, I'm not going to say anything, but to be fair, I will come to your defence because you're a colleague of mine. In that moment, what you were saying, looking at the evidence you had, I don't think you were wrong. Now,
lesson learned, don't get carried away.
Don't get carried away, and it just shows expect the unexpected in the Kings League. Now, we're just waiting here. Do you know why they're waiting? For that foul potentially in the build-up? Is that why? Oh, offside. They're checking if it's offside.
No. There's that right foot there.
Yeah, you can see. He's clearly on Bruno.
Yeah, he's playing it on.
Okay, check complete, okay? It's a good. No offside. Penalty of President.
He's going to have to come down now, is the President Nobru.
And penalty of President.
And this could be 6-2. 6-2. 4 goals they'd have to try and pull back then. Warm embrace, a nice sealed with a kiss. See if it brings him luck or not. As he heads down here to take the first presidential penalty of day 2. And we were speaking about this off air. We haven't been that impressed by the presidential penalty so far. We've seen some interesting ones. That's a diplomatic term to say not great.
No. Nobody's struck the ball as if they play football, have played football on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I've been impressed by a couple of celebrations, though. Jim's that
Jim celebration was incredible.
And Ilyas, the UC, the Moroccan president, I like that. That was it was different. His little ballet, a little dance. We'll see. Should the president here convert, how he'll celebrate will be something conventional or unconventional. Now listen, you put your money where your mouth was early by saying you believed FLC were going to go on and win this.
Well, there was no money there.
There was no money involved. Maybe a sweet.
Maybe I wouldn't have stuck my neck out as much.
So I'm going to put my, not money, but sweets where they are and say he's going to score. He's going to score. Yeah, I think he's going to score. I think we're going to have 6-2. I'm going to put my neck on the line. Here we go.
Let's see. Oh, calm. can't finish from Setol, the president, one of the two presidents. I was saying Nobru earlier, it says two presidents in Flux, both of them. Nobru and Setol. In this case, it was Setol that scored the goal, 6-2. Starting to slip away from Footballistas logo.
Yeah, he's mentioned those two, Nobru and Setol. Nobru is wearing the co-president Setol shirt. It is a homage to him because he couldn't come as you were sort of trying to get that message across and remind everybody that's the reason why he's wearing that,
well, there you go,
that shirt.
It's a nice little trick for commentators, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. It was one that I have to say I was taken by surprise as well there, but we've got to the bottom of it, and that's good journalism. That's good journalism, getting to the bottom of it. So this is an interesting one. Hitting back right away, and they need something. They need to get a foothold into the match here, don't they, Bruno? So
Chef Strobel.
Chef Strobel, and I hope it is Chef Strobel, and he's wearing it as a homage to Chef Strobel.
I hope it's not Kenan Yildiz wearing it.
And if it is Kenan Yildiz, he's putting a bit of timber. Let's put it that way. He's gonna score. He's gonna score. He's not gonna score. He's not gonna score.
How unfortunate. That was a well-struck penalty. That was going in the right direction. It's the first penalty that's. Oh look. I mean, that could have gone anywhere after it hit the post. Fortunately for the goalkeeper, it hit his hand and then went the other way. But that's probably the best struck penalty from a president so far.
Bruno, you read my mind. What was you going to say? That's why I was saying he's got to score because he hit it really well. He's actually one of the few that actually taken a proper penalty. And now they're looking immediately to their secret card. They need something, right? They need hope because you've given them the commentator's curse when you said they were going to go on and win. And since then, they're on the receiving end of a heavy loss.
Well, it's all happening now, isn't it? President penalty
one.
Oh,
watch this though.
President the other.
Was it on his line? Is that what they're checking?
Oh, check over.
After secret card, okay?
Check over. Well.
So clearly when he'd gone to strike the ball, he had moved, but initially was on the line. I think that's what they're trying to... They checked it behind the scenes, so he was on the line initially, and obviously they're moving off, but again, that's why the VR just came into play there to check whether there was an infringement and whether the penalty had to be taken again or not. Now, Victor Bueno looking to get involved again alongside Kyle Sanchez. This time the decision going against FLC.
Do we get the secret card now then for Footballistas Locos?
Wait, secret card.
Wait, secret card.
Well, he heard you, Bruno. He clearly heard you.
Oh,
they come across.
Green light has been flashing for a while.
To be fair, for the fortnight secret card. Let's see what it is, Bruno.
Shootout.
Shootout. Okay, that's not the worst card to draw.
But I don't think it's the best either, to be honest.
No, it's not the best, but it at least gives you the opportunity of having quite clear shot on goal and having a one-on-one situation, which is essentially what a shootout is.
Yeah, no, in that sense, yes, but we've
they're not converted generally. And
we've said it's statistically, keepers tend to come out on. If it was a penalty, a sort of a traditional penalty, I'd be feeling confident.
No, that's the best card.
Yeah, for FLC. But in this case, this is a real massive moment. Get this goal and you're 3 goals behind. Miss this and you use your cards, your presidential penalty. It's looking a long, long way to come back for FLC.
Oh, Dennis Öztürk has already got 1 goal to his name.
Here he goes. Putting around the keeper. Will he shoot right away?
Oh, look at that celebration from Oli Reda in his face.
Yeah, it's borderline.
You get that from the presidents, and it's all part of the show. But when you get that from the player, and look, Öztürk's looking across. He's clocked that. He's not happy, and it's not nice because look, if you make the save, okay, maybe you can be a little bit arrogant, but he's not really saved it either, has he?
Yeah, listen, he's made it difficult for him. There's no doubt about that with his positional play there. But as you say, he's not got a glove to it. He's not made the standout save. No, I think that's borderline, and of course we like to, as you said, the presence is nice because there's something they're not actually.
It's a bit
players
jokey,
as such.
It's a bit jokey as well.
And it's a bit of banter, and often we do see the shake of the hand afterwards. But the players, we want sportsmanship as well. We saw a little bit of that yesterday from Leitner as well. Was a bit over the top of his protests, and the referee, quite rightly, she put her foot down and laid down the law and put him in his place, of course, for that overzealous protesting. So not good, but anyway, we'll get back to the show with Flux leading 6-2, looking very comfortable, and they've still got their secret card. The fact they haven't played it right makes me think it could be a shootout for them, or a penalty. Potentially, though, goal's worth double, because that's 4 minutes and there's plenty of time left on the clock. We know it can't be a star player, because that has to be played at half-time, which we discovered yesterday. You and I, a couple of times, we were a little bit behind. I apologise for that, but these things can happen now and again.
Well, there was a pass there from the number 96, Helbert Jr. He went for the Rabona pass in the middle. A bit flashy. Again, you're up 6-2. And I don't want to fall victim of, again, we've talked a lot about stereotypes this week, but Brazilian players sometimes, when they're up 6-2, 4-2 comfortably, they start to look for that little humiliation, for the nutmeg, for the Vinicius Jr., for example, is guilty of it on plenty of occasions. And there, I think that Rabona in the middle, when you're a footballer, when you're on the pitch and you're losing and they do that against you, it doesn't sit very well with you. And there are other people who say, hey, don't enjoy out football, you know, it's art, it's flashy, it's nice, and I get that as well, but I think there's a time and a place.
Listen, I'm with you, Bruno, 100%. You know, you and I, a lot of things, we are kindred spirits for lots of different aspects, lots of different traditions and non-traditions, as it's floated in there, as FLC trying to conjure our way back in. We also mentioned Vinicius Jr., obviously you being a La Liga expert, of course, and later I'll be asking you plenty of questions about Lamine Yamal as Flux will try and get their 7th goal.
He did brilliantly there.
Did really well to keep it a get down low, because Lamine Yamal, his team, La Capitale, are in action later this. I've got loads of questions about he's still a teenager, isn't he? A teenage wonder kid.
He's still got a while as well.
That's the thing I was going to say. They've been calling him a teenage wonder kid already for, feels like years and ages, and he's still got, what was it? He's 17, is he?
He's 17. Wow. Yeah, he'll be 17, exactly.
I was thinking, where were we at the age of 17? Certainly we hadn't won Euro, and we hadn't played for Barcelona and won La Liga. But, you know, we went something cheap, and I won, I think, a little county time on my local side, which wasn't bad. Anyway, back to the action, and of course, I'll be grilling you later on Lamine Yamal and his career, because his La Capitale's team will be bringing the curtain down later tonight at 10 p.m. So stick with us all the way through. This is the first one. 4 fixtures on the Italian side in action shortly as well. The Boomers, I can't wait to see what they can bring to the party, because it is a party as well. It is about enjoyment, it's entertainment, it's football, it's a bit of everything. It's a bit for whatever you desire. There is going to be either a midfield of international loan from Tiki Taka. I like that. Tiki Taka, of course, made famous by the great Guardiola.
Well, there are a lot of loans for this World Cup, much like the Club World Cup, which is about to happen, made by FIFA. Tiki-Taka, of course, another team in the Kings League. That's happened a lot with teams that haven't qualified. We've seen it in the Americas as well, teams that haven't qualified for this competition, or players have been loaned out and brought over. We saw it yesterday with Miami 7, a lot of players from Science who are in the Kings League Spain who haven't qualified for this event. And if you're going to have to bring over players, then you go to a trusted source, which is other teams who have experience in the competition. So there are some sort of players who we won't see them with these clubs come the summer or after the summer. But for this moment, an emergency loan, you could say, playing for different teams.
Just looking to wrap up the win here, Flux, or should they get that 7th? We haven't really actually seen a sort of thrashings as such. We did mention, obviously, Footballistas with their victory. You sense they could have kicked on, but they just kept themselves just in 2nd, 3rd gear. But this, as things stand, has all the makings of a heavy loss for FLC, also because Flux still have that secret card to play as well. Obviously, then going into this final 2 minutes, goals will be worth double. The only exception is if it's level in those final 2 minutes, when it becomes a golden goal. We haven't seen one as yet so far. No, I'm really, and you as well, Bruno, want to see that golden goal, because it's just so thrilling, and it's a bit of a 90s and early 2000s throwback, and us being 90s kids, we like to have a bit of, we are very nostalgic, let's put it that way. We're very nostalgic.
I'm massively nostalgic. This is one of the most controlled second halves, or endings, I could say endings, because we're heading into the last 10 minutes in a game so far in this competition, where you're not really seeing that sort of urgency from the team that's losing and pinning the other team back. Whereas on the other hand, it's the team that's winning comfortably who seems to be more on the ball and managing the game very well. It's difficult to manage a game in such a small pitch in seven-a-side football, but that's what Flux have managed to do in this second half. And has been slightly stunned by Footballistas Logos in this second half. I was expecting a little bit more.
Yeah, they're of course become the third German side to lose after we saw yesterday at Cologne and G2, but that's a real good opportunity here. Oh, it just sums up, doesn't it? Just sums up their game so far. Just not really enough conviction
that was needed
in what they've been doing, and of course the fine margins as well. Those turning points, they didn't make the most of their presidential penalty or their secret card, as Karim Hay here, their wild card, looks to try and just shake things up. Their number 10, their talented player for FLC. It's just not been his game so far either. Flux, as you said, incomplete control. And now you sense they're also a little bit toying with them as well, just keeping the ball away. Although that was a rare mistake from the Brazilians and just gifting possession to the Germans.
Well, Carvalho there was so intent on telling Vinny where he had to look. Vinny now screaming at his goalkeeper, but he was so intent on telling him where he had to position himself that he was unaware that there was a shot coming from the edge of the box, and he had to scramble across and make sure that he could block it.
That's the great thing. We are on site. We're here at the Cupra Arena. We're just behind the goal which FLC are shooting towards right now. We can give you the emotions and live the full event up close and personal. So all the things that maybe you can't quite see on your screen, we've got that perfect view as well. We've got the perfect view as Flux look to build from the back here and try and get this 7th goal and put it to bed. Really, that's the aim. But you're right, we did expect a little bit more from FLC, especially with that motivating talk from their coach at the break. The Alice good, let's keep it going. We expected that to really rile them and get them back underway. As now we do have a secret card which has been called by Flux.
It was just that window, wasn't it? That goal and then the presidential penalty. It was that little window there that really sort of knocked them out. They haven't reacted from it. The goal came a little bit against the run of play, and then, as we said, it was a very intelligent timing, double whammy, and it really harmed them. And now it's a secret card which could just inflict further pain on them.
Let's see what it is together, Bruno. The Fortnite secret card.
Double goal.
Oh, goals worth double. Now, they've played it just about in the nick of time because it's only worth 4 minutes, this card, but they've just managed to hit just in the nick of time in the 34th minute, because obviously for the 38th minute, that's when obviously the cards can't be no longer played, don't apply anymore. So they've got there just in the nick of time. They've got 4 minutes, and should they score now, goals will be worth double. It's very simple, very, very simple. Could be in that corner there.
Okay, perfect.
Vinny Alexander, if there's anyone who can play in those close spaces, it is the Brazilians. But you're right, it's those turning points, those sliding doors moments, the FLC not really making the most of their presidential penalty and their secret card, whereas Flux getting that double whammy, that goal, and then immediately after their presidential penalty. Unless FLC can throw this contest wide open again as we go into the final 4 minutes of this normal time in the second period, they've got a chance from a corner here. Well, Dennis Ozturk on the ball, who missed that shootout, and then palmed away after Ebronio, who got the first goal for FLC.
Can't overemphasize the importance of, and I'm very annoying with this, but
you're not at all. Don't be silly.
Presidential penalties. Oh, hang on, far post. Has he kept it in play? He has kept it in play. I was going to say, if the Germans had scored and the Brazilians missed, it's 5-3.
Yeah.
It completely swings the game. It can be so decisive having a president that knows how to take a penalty or not. And I said it yesterday, I'll say it every single day, because you can be as good as you want, and sometimes teams are so close that it's marginal, and those fine margins, a lot of the time in Kings League, are defined by a guy that plays a fortnight as a professional, or who's not a footballer, who doesn't play football, and not even recreationally sometimes, and that's the person who your hopes are sometimes riding on his capability to score a penalty.
Absolutely right to hammer home the point. Looking ahead, we've got Boomers against United on the horizon. It's going to be Italy against France in that regard, and the action just keeps on coming. And talking of action, there could be a bit of action here in the penalty area. The FLX, the Flux penalty area, FLC trying to get a goal back and set up a nervy finale. Obviously that goal won't stand because the referee is saying
it's a throw-in instead of a corner, I think he's saying.
That's what he's trying to say. He's right to say play. Yeah, exactly that, and also play to the whistle with Jambra the Italiano in the multinational FLC side, which is trying to go, at least with their heads held high, get a goal back and make the squad at least look just a bit more respectable. Still no goal, though, for Flux in this goals worth double phase for them in the final 4 minutes. As FLC, they have passed around, they're very good on the ball. I think they'll learn from this first game, that's for sure, Bruno. They're going into that loser's pool, though, kind of the Swiss system.
It depends who you play, though. Sometimes you say, look, you learn and you can move on, but in the Swiss system, you get 2 chances, which maybe is more than in a regular knockout competition, but you get a terrible draw, you get one of the stronger teams who have lost their first game, then it's the end of the road. And you don't really have that room for improvement sometimes in this tournament. The draw is very important as well, always, in any tournament.
Quick thinking, is it going to be a quick goal? It's not. It's not. It's good defensive work now. Bolt, can he get that hat-trick? So unselfish. This is Vinny. Oh, wow.
That was Chichi again.
Oh, that was a bit of acrobatic brilliance, Bruno.
It was Chichi doing the cha-cha-cha.
I like that. You have to explain to me off air what Chichi means.
No. Yeah, off air.
It
will most definitely have to be off air.
No problems. Now, Bolt stayed there in support. Into final 20 seconds. Can FLC, inspired by Ozturk, get that goal? Oh, they can. Rebonja. It's Rebonja. Ozturk with the assist. Rebonja with his second of the encounter. Bruno makes it 6-3. And now as we go into this final 2 minutes, goals worth double. Should they score twice, they'd go ahead.
Well, just like that, when nobody could expect it, just before the whistle goes. So that 2x2 card that I'll say it in the end, that Fluxo had, they've not managed to make the most of it. That clearance from Chichi, that was pivotal, because that would be 8 goals for Fluxo. So let's hear from the manager. I'm sure his team talks to be very different from what they've been about 30 seconds.
Ganz eng! Jungs! Komm länger! Silêncio! Rapaziada, presta atenção! Não tem nada ganho! 2 gols, eles viram o jogo! Pessoal, preciso de vocês 2 minutos intensos! É 2 minutos pra gente garantir essa primeira vitória! Pera!
Tell them to be very intense just for 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, lads, and you'll get your first win.
Yeah, but he is right, because you still much rather be in Fluxo's position, of course, because you concede 1 and you're still leading. But at the same time, the way that FLC just finished that game, they've got a bit of momentum on their side. The tide potentially turning their favor, but they've got to make the most of these final 2 minutes. Plus, of course, added time. We'll see whether FLC can turn it around. We saw a GDC do that against G2, against Era Colonia yesterday, so we've seen it happen before. So FLC looking to take inspiration from their Caribbean counterparts, and you can vote for your MVP, Bruno, via Twitch, via YouTube. Bolt, Helber Jr., unsurprised. Bonya and Ozturk have been the best players, of course, for FLC. No need to, needless to say.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, this one, again, because it's not been really a sort of heads and shoulders above the rest, but maybe Bolt edges it with those goals, with the strong start to the game as well. He got them on their way with that early goal, so maybe I'll be nudging that one in favour of Bolt.
Whoever wins the MVP chats exclusively to one of our 4 journalists. Also will be signing their jersey as well. post-match. It's clearly a foul, but the referee, quite rightly, good play, giving the advantage. Bolt, who's a candidate for MVP, and we'll be hearing from him post-match and his thoughts on a potential win for Flux. We'll find out. We're a minute away plus added time for Flux, potentially celebrating and making it a winning start to the competition for them, unless FLC can spring a surprise. And we've got a very late twist in the plot. The keeper's off his line. It's Daniel Dressen who made that save very early on, hurt himself in the process, clearly recovered, looking to play it right into the box. Maybe, just maybe get that goal, but the clock, it's not their friend, it's their enemy right now. And these seconds will be just flying by for FLC. But Flux will be a lot slower as they're just trying to hang on here and bring home that win.
Oh, that was difficult.
Maybe they can do so on the break here.
This could be it. Oh, again, it's Chichi with the block. Brilliant defensive performance from him. Despite the team having conceded 6 goals, he's been very impressive at the back.
Yeah, he has been one of the better performers for FLC as it's played quickly here, trying to get that goal. Oh, that was acrobatic brilliance again, this time though from Bolt. And that really would have been a good night, would have been good act for the Germans. With that Bolt, now 35% of the votes by you. A reminder, keep voting. He's on course, Bolt, then to be your first MVP of the day. And it would be richly deserved 2 of the goals, of the 6 goals for Flux. So that's swung in away by Vinny Alexandre.
Again, it's these situations where they're asking their teammates, they're saying just launch a ball into the box. But it's very difficult to score like that. It's these where we were saying, have a shot, have a shot. There are so many bodies.
Exactly, and we saw from Flux earlier in the game that it just takes that deflection, can go anywhere, can spiral.
More so now that everyone's so deep.
Yeah,
and the goalkeeper's out of, he's not sighted, he's unsighted by the shot. So it's worth a go.
That's nice play. That's good defensive work as Vinny celebrates just to our right. He's right in front of us. We spoke about defenders and goalkeepers sort of celebrating as if they score goals at times, quite rightly. Now, it really is now or never for FLC. It looks like it is going to be never, with the clock ticking down and it just wide.
No, I didn't see it on the screen. I saw it here. I saw it just with the angle, the way that he struck it. It looked like it was flying into the top corner. So I don't know how wide it was. Let's see. Get a better view. Oh, Sally. No, I was telling you, my angle here, it looked like it was flying into the top corner.
I've always said you've got impeccable sight, Bruno. That's another reason why it's delightful to have you alongside me in the commentary booth here in the commentary gantry. Just beside, we've got a chat where...
Oh, wow. Out of the arena. Well, that is the full-time whistle, Tom. We've got our first winners of the day. It's Flux. Again, the Brazilians. Nobody has stopped them yet. Any of the teams so far. It's the complete opposite for the Germans, isn't it? There's a
3
to do there.
from 3 for them. 3 losses in a row for Footballistas Locos FC, joining Era Colonia G2, and maybe our German casters will be joining them on the plane home very shortly as well. Flux FC winning 6 goals to 3. It deserves a little scare towards the very end, but we felt they were in control, and Bolt, quite rightly, your MVP, and it'll be shortly coming across here for our MVP, sponsored by Bazaar, and having a chat, and with one of our jerseys also signing that jersey, the Fluxor jersey. So congratulations to Lewis Bolt and his teammates. They go through to that winners pool, which means if they win their second game, they go directly through to the round of 6. And also quickly just saying, Bruno, to my right there's a chap with a Zlatan Ibrahimovic jersey, who's the president of the Kings League Italia, obviously former Milan man, Inter man, Juventus man, and we have an Italian side in action very shortly. Boomers, taking on United, a French side. So that's another big rivalry in international football, Italy against France. So then, as we were saying, they march on.
Pan Am in the next round, and what we were saying is you fall into that loser's bracket, you've got one last life, and they're up against Ultra Chimicha, which means you're playing for your life with a packed arena all against you. So it's going to be a difficult
Action just keeps on coming. Boomers, an Italian side against United from La France. And the French looking to capitalise on home soil. Picked out two key players. Daniel Santoro, one of the Italian draft players with the most goals scored, 19. And Theo Chandry, trained at FC Barcelona, La Masia, up to the under-19 level. I think you say La Masia, is that correct, Bruno?
Yeah, La Masia.
Thank you.
Absolutely, no, and they've got a couple of players. Look, whilst we do the introductions, United, as you say, the French side, President Squeezy, the second most followed YouTuber in France, became second in the Kings League France, and expect fireworks. They scored 47 goals in 7 games. That's an average of 6.7 per game. How many teams did we see score more than 5 goals yesterday? Not a lot.
Not a lot, but they're taking on an Italian side. Italians traditionally very good defensively, and for Italy, keeping a clean sheet. I'm presumably not going to say a clean sheet, I know that, but keeping clean sheets, keeping goals down means as much as scoring to them. And you can see these jerseys that are being worn here, Bruno. That's in honour of Yassine Skira. He's one of their teammates who, unfortunately, it was a serious injury as well, cruciate ligament in the final 4 of the French playoffs. So that's a lovely, touching tribute. They're going to play from that. Could give them extra motivation, you know, when you want to play for your teammate and win for your or get for your teammates. And that's a really lovely touch for Yassine Skira. And I think the presidents will be wearing those T-shirts as well in honour of their teammate, and obviously wishing a very speedy recovery. Of course, I want to see him out in action in the Kings League ASAP.
Oh yeah, there are big players in this side. We obviously mentioned Chandry earlier, but he's another player that's come through a big academy in Olympique Marseille. He was the #1 picked player in the draft, so he's got a big pedigree. You've got Anthony Scaramozzino, who's been at Nice, at Lens, and do you know where else he's been? I'm not sure if there'll be some fans at home that remember this, but he was actually on loan at Gillingham, didn't play a single game. Didn't play a single game, but he did make a move to Gillingham. And as for the Boomers, well, you might know one of their players. A couple of them have been at Serie C, but you've got Simone Lofaso.
Yeah, he's from Palermo. It's his hometown club. Wow. Yeah, he's from Sicily, but Palermo's in Sicily. And I don't know if you saw that, the Mount Etna erupting. I don't know if you've been following the news, so hopefully that's not caused too much chaos in Sicilia. But yeah, he's from Sicily. He's got a handful of appearances with Rosanero, which is one of their several nicknames. But let's focus back to Kings League action. It's game number 2, and we are underway. We've got Boomers against United, Italy against France here, with United looking to capitalise on home advantage here, playing on home soil and looking to get an early goal. We've seen plenty of them so far. It's Marvin Emmanuel setting up here for Mifsud here. Just not the best of touches, but he very nearly put it away.
Almost made up for it. Emmanuel Mifsud, the goalkeeper. He's one of the wild cards also for United. They've gone for him and Malikos as the 2 outfield players. And man, we were talking about earlier, Simone Lofaso, who's actually scored 16 goals in the Kings League. And he's got pretty impressive numbers also. I was looking at his numbers earlier in Italy. Well, it's a career that's gone downhill somewhat, but look at those 2 step-overs, and he's almost put it into the empty net. But you can see he's in playing nick, and 27 years old, so he's looking sharp.
Bruno, again, you read my mind. We're becoming telepathetic over the course of this couple of days. But you're right, he could still be playing. He would be in his peak right now, where he's still playing.
I think he's in Serie D now.
Yeah,
so
the lower
bit of a
tiers.
shame at 27 having been in Serie A.
Yeah,
but he's got an empty net here. Can he score? Can he score? Yes, he can. Boomers take the lead, and that is the quality of Simone Lofaso.
Bellissimo from Golazo. Look at that. And Fedez, the Pumas president, who's very famous in Italy, might I add, a rapper, an artist, influencer, liking what he sees, and Golazo lashing it home. Pumas 1, United 0, but they can hit back right away here. Oh, that's a good stop. That's a good stop. That was struck with real power there. Good stop indeed from Capriano in goal for the Pumas.
You know what United have brought the first team to do in this competition? They brought the mascot that's on the other side. So on the side where the camera is, below, if anybody spots him, they've got their mascot very close to the action.
Oh, very nice.
I think he's a pirate, isn't he? Yeah, he's a pirate.
Oh, very nice indeed. Well, hopefully we can we can see him here, but that's again the beauty of being live inside the stadium, on site here at the Cupra Arena with United currently training. I like the name United. I should say more United, as the French would say, as Diliberto here looks to play a teammate. And he's continued his run. Keep an eye on Diliberto. Very nearly got to that rebounded effort then. He might take the corner quickly here. The Boomers and their counterparts in the booths watching on here. He's played short. Now Diliberto once again looking to get on the ball. He's confident on the ball, out for Emmanuel Mifsud, who had that chance. He just trickled wide for him. Now Scaramozzino. Keeping an eye again on Diliberto this far side. Oh, he may get there, and he did get there. Did he get that last touch though?
Golazo reacted just about in time as it sort of ran away from him. He controlled it. There you can see. Oh no, it's the keeper in fact that makes the save.
Quite rightly awarding the corner. Diliberto once again. Just looking for options. He may have a crack here, you know. Is he going to have a crack? Oh, lovely play, and an equally lovely save. Great work again. It's that boy there, isn't it? It's
Mirko Dario.
Yeah.
They've also got Vlad Capriano as their backup goalkeeper on the bench.
Yeah. Scaramozzino getting that effort again. Diliberto, plenty of the play passing through him. Just check out to our right here the noise being made by the United supporters here. Diliberto.
Quite a nice kit this as well from United. I like it. Quite clean, quite pure, white and blue.
Right, it's classic, isn't it? It's classic. In comes the shot!
Oh, is it?
Oh, it's gone over the line.
Crossbar down, boom, 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 and it's in. And now you're going to see the mascot celebrating. There he is.
Oh, look at that, as he celebrates here. It's the pirate. It's the pirate of the United being, not of the Caribbean. It's the pirate of the Cooper Arena. How about that? Finally got there. Finally got there.
That's gorgeous from Clement Gogui. I know sometimes it's cleaner to see the ball go straight into the back of the net, but there's something quite satisfying about the ball hitting the crossbar, going down. It had gone in actually the first time, although, you know, Frank Lampard didn't stand in quite similar circumstances against Germany. But
no, but it was one of the turning points, though, wasn't it? Getting that discussion out there and bringing in that goal line technology to the highest levels, making the most of technology. Is it going to just be checked here, Bruno? I think it is. It's going to...
Whether it's crossed the line, I think it crossed the line twice, not once.
No, there you go. There you go. So, goal stands, we are back underway, and of course we're next to a couple of German casters that they've got horrible memories, of course, of the '66 World Cup. Not that they were born, of course, but still, in their folklore, in their footballing history, they're on the wrong end of a decision where the ball clearly, as we now know, didn't really cross the line. But I think it was from one of Jeff Hurst's 3 goals that day in that 4-2 win against what was actually West Germany, the '66.
They think it's all over.
It is now. That was the great Kenneth and the late Kenneth Walton home. Somebody on the pitch, they think it's all over. Shot, goal, it is now. Classic. Again, we're showing we're boomers. Talking of the word boomers, you know what a boomer is, obviously the boomer generation. Yeah, and we're showing that
they're older than us, boomers.
They're old. To be fair, we'd be millennials. Yeah, even though I feel more of a boomer, I feel more an affinity with the boomers. We're certainly not Gen Z, I don't think, because we're not brilliant with our technology. We try our very best. We download our apps and we play our Fortnite now and again, especially on our downtime that we have. That noise again being made, will it make the difference for the French here? for United, trying to make it 2-1. What a goal it was from the French as well. I like that off the bar and down, and oh, I love it, love it, love it. Suspense.
And it was Clement Golgoui, that player that we're talking about, who was the #1 in the draft, and just reading up on him a little bit, there were such high hopes on him coming out of the Marseille Academy. One of umpteen players who maybe didn't go down the path that many were anticipating. But when you see him here, and that's a nice save. When you see his physique and the way that he moves around and he gets on the ball, you can see he's a player. He's a proper footballer, and he's got the number 10, which also looks so nice and really suits the way he plays.
It is a lovely jersey, one of those classic jerseys. It's up there as, I really like the Miami 7 jersey, that sort of light blue. I really like that one, but I'm a big fan of the Boomers one as well. I like the FCZ as well, with sort of a little nod to AC Milan. And talking of the Boomers, we caught a glimpse of Ferdes, the president, alongside Dexter, his match analyst, a few moments ago. And that's a nice give and go. And there was also Irene Giussani, who's an actress and also participated in one of Ferdes' music videos. He's a rapper, he's very big in Il Paese, as it's brought down here. And they're trying to get the shot away through.
Oh, that's top corner.
Literally, it is a top corner. And there, Ferdes alongside his crew do celebrate. How about that for a celebration?
Yeah.
How about that? That's got to be up there as one of the top celebrations. What a strike it was. Santoro initially involved in the build-up, and then the shot fired away from Ferreri, Alessandro Ferreri. Lovely sounding name as well. Look at that hit.
That was nice.
Look at that.
That was nice. On the slow-mo, it doesn't look maybe as powerful as it actually was. And Emmanuel Mifsud did get a slight hand onto it, but there was so much power on the strike from Alessandro Ferreri. And 2-1, and this has been a good start to this game.
Oh, it's been a brilliant game, hasn't it? Real nice pace about it, great intensity, isn't it?
And there's not one side that seems to be clearly better than the other. You know, when you've got the Brazilians...
Against the Germans,
nine times out of 10 they're going to win, but here Italian side against French side is a little bit more open, so it's an interesting one. It's really fun.
Oh, it's been fabulous so far, and of course we have to say well done, congratulazioni to the players for making that happen. They're the ones that are making it happen and putting on a real show here, with the Italians trying to get their third. Daniel Santoro, that number 10, nice feet from Santoro, lots of experience in the Kings League for him. That's why he's been given that prestigious number 10 jersey, which is a famous number in all footballing nations. Bruno, so for me, makes me think of the great Robbie Badger. Maybe for you, maybe Francesco Totti, because I know you're a big Francesco Totti fan. Maybe some would say Alex Del Piero. It depends on your footballing creed, I suppose, and your allegiances to the game. And this is wonderful. And he finished. I thought he was going to finish with one of the goals of the tournament. There were shades of Baggio there. Now United looking to hit back, and it's a disappointing end to that promising counter-attack. Boomers then continue to lead 2-1, but what a run that was.
It was Lofazo again. He's taking his time to get back up. I think he wants the referee to stop play. Yeah, he's going to come across and look at him. And it was Malikos that stopped him just there, but he'd already beaten about 2 or 3 defenders, and it was going to be one of the goals of the tournament if he'd managed to finish it off. But you can see he's a Serie A player. You don't get to Serie A, yes, he didn't stay there for long, but you don't get to Serie A without having something about you.
Absolutely. Also a very, very small Fiorentina as well. So Fiorentina, Palermo, on his CV, and that is, very impressive. And listen, I will say he's played more times in Serie A than you and I, Bruno. And then, you've got to tip your hat to reach that, the dedication, the commitment, the talent it takes. And he's down here, which is worrying. The clock has been stopped. He's receiving from there a shot of the United fans, the United supporters, the French flair, the French passion. They're making a lot of noise, looking to get behind their team, and they need every little bit of help they can get right now in this Kings League encounter. You mentioned the jersey, again, the mascot there enjoying the celebration. I wonder if you can get that online as well, if you can buy that online on the Kings League website, or who knows, maybe on Bazaar as well. That hat is hobbling off here, Lofazo, but that jersey, you're right, you get a good look of it, don't you? That's lovely, isn't it, that jersey for United. It's beautiful, it's simple. Has it got the pinstripes as well? I'm not sure, but it's a cracker. It's one that I personally would love to get my hands on as well. But of course, there's been so many so far. I really like that Miami 7 one. That really stood out for me.
Well, there was a worried look on the face of Fedez, seeing that his star player was limping off. And, well, let's hope, as neutrals, for the spectacle, to have such a special player as Lofaso back in. But now it's all about United. They draw level once again. It's Malikos.
There he is, their number 23, Malikos, a.k.a. Marvin Emmanuel, making it 2-2 here. And there appears to be nothing wrong with that at all. The goal will, of course, stand. It is 2-2.
We said earlier, 6.7 goals per game United were averaging. We're, what, 9.5 minutes into this one, 2 goals. They're on their way to keeping up that record.
Absolutely. Like I say, Bruno, as always, you do your homework. I think the French say devoir, your compétit, as the Italians say, and it's showing those stats and facts that you're trying to bring to the table. I said United do score a lot of goals. Boomers are showing they are equally capable, and I'd love to get my hands on a Boomers or United jersey, and if you want to take home a piece of the Kings League merchandise, whether it be balls, signed jerseys, much more, it's all waiting for you online. So much, and I want to also maybe get that that pirate hat as well, as Malikos checks inside once again.
But tell me more about that.
Yeah, so basically what you can do is you can go on Bazaar, you can download the app, you can follow your favorite content creators live after the matches. They'll show unique Kings League items you can get directly through the app. It's an opportunity you don't want to miss, and as I said, I am a big fan of these 2 jerseys. You can grab it, and maybe even a signed item as well on Bazaar. So make sure you download the app, get downloading, but I'm going to keep hammering you about that across the competition.
I'm going to have a lot of apps on my phone come the end of these 2 weeks.
Hopefully you've got enough memory to do so. Now Diliberto just stopped in his tracks, but United still on the ball. Keep an eye on Marvin Emmanuel on this left-hand side, who just scored, of course, and he's the best scorer of the team. 11 goals, 8 games during the split, second best scorer of the French split. So he has Malikos on his jersey, but Marvin Emmanuel, obviously that's his real name. He goes by Malikos, aka Malikos.
It makes him sound Greek, though, doesn't it, Malikos?
It does, doesn't it? It does indeed, and we've got a couple of Greek players playing in Serie A, such as Lykoyanos is one that immediately springs to mind. Greece, of course, Euro 2004 wins, but since then, of course, a nation which has fizzled out. So I know you've been on your travels quite a lot. You've been to Greece a couple of times?
Only once.
Only once? I thought maybe a bit more.
No, only once.
You're a globetrotter. I thought maybe you'd have seen all those different islands.
No,
anyway,
no.
Now, Mr. Greek himself, Malikos, twisting, turning here.
That's a firm hand, and it's still alive. Clement Gogui volleying over the crossbar. Well, there's quality in this team, this United side. They're fun to watch, Malikos, Gogui, but I'm also enjoying Boomers. I'm really liking this game of football.
Oh, it's been brilliant. You just can't take your eyes off it, can you? Whereas some games, as we've discussed, there's, I don't want to say dull moments. That's the wrong term.
Always going to be
slight
lulls
yeah,
in games.
lull, that's
only natural. I mean, you can't artificially sell a game, say everything's brilliant that happens in a game of football, because there are always going to be moments maybe where the attention and the excitement dips. But this one so far has kept that level up.
Now Diliberto, it was a tame appeal for a penalty just a few moments ago, but we continue to play on here. They've got a corner, they're going to keep up the pressure. Bruno, if I apologize if I start shouting, it's because I'm trying to hear my own voice, because I can't. There's so much noise, the drums, the passion from United, the French fans who are trying here to spur on their team. That's wonderful! Oh. Off the bar! Oh, that was brilliant from Youssef Katiri, just timing his run, bidding the offside trap.
But look at the pass. It's Gogui. Gogui with the vision.
Your man,
the perfect ball. No, he's I mean, it doesn't take. You don't need to be Alex Ferguson to discover this gem. You can see. It's plain to see just the way he moves, and every time he's on the ball, what a special talent he is, Gogui.
United then very making it 3-2 against the Boomers who qualified for the World Cup while reaching the semi-finals of the Italian playoffs. They finished actually 6th out of 12 in the Italian league. So a mid-table side though, but have managed to make it though all the way to the Kings World Cup Clubs, the second edition here. in Paris, on Paris. I don't know if it's on or in. I'm sure I'll be corrected maybe by one of our staffers behind the scenes. But I do try. Je voudrais parler français un petit peu, as Bruno continues to chuckle away, quite rightly, as I said, us English not great with the languages, and that wasn't the greatest of strikes there from you. I need to do a little bit more if they want to go ahead here and put themselves in the driving seat.
I was going to say, have we seen Lofaso since the injury? Look, well, good news, he's on the pitch now. In fact, that ball's looking for Lofaso. Look at the way he brings it down, despite the pressure from the United defence. The step over is real trademark from his, isn't it?
It is.
He can go left and right, and the acceleration that he creates with the step over.
Yep.
And they're back on the attack.
I mean, there's no sort of traditional, stereotypical Italian player, but he does try and bring a little bit of flair, a little bit of sort of Spanish style, a Brazilian style to his game, Lofaso. It's not just about playing more for that, keeping it, you know, tight and playing on the break, far from it, and you can see that.
Very capable with the ball.
Italians would probably say something like a fantasista, and for years they have actually struggled to make a breakthrough, you know, fantasistas, because as we said, Italy traditionally quite tactically very rigid in their way.
Academies as well now.
Yes.
You know, the creativity and the freedom is being taken away out of kids.
You got it.
Up.
You got it. You know.
It's the street footballer, really, isn't it? That's a bit of a dying breed. It's a shame. I don't see as many kids playing on the streets nowadays. That's a boomer comment, but no, but it's effect cause.
Well, they're trying to do what United did a few moments ago. Oh, that's very nearly a mix-up. That's put Malikos into real trouble, but he's dealt with that really well.
Didn't clear it too well there, Mifsud. It almost got caught in his hand.
Back with Malikos, who dealt well with that a few moments ago. He was surrounded by a host of players, but he managed to get that pass away. Now, their number 10, Agüero, still rides that challenge. And very nearly capped it off in style.
He's clearly confident, isn't he? If he's trying to score from that angle, Clement Gogui, he's been the standout player for me. But him and Lofaso have been two of the best players. If we take into account yesterday as well, they've been two of the best players I've seen on the pitch in this tournament. I mean, look at the way he brings it down again, Lofaso. He's got Sano all over him, but he still manages a way to it. And he's not the biggest player either, Lofaso.
No, just different class, and you just have to admire and applaud as we're admiring their number 10 of United once again. As we're almost at the 18-minute mark, which means we have the JD roll of the dice. It's going to be Nobril, president of the Flux, and Ale, who's a famous Brazilian gamer from Fluxo, so that's coming up very shortly. It's just flown by because it has been such an entertaining game, and it's so delicately poised, so maybe this roll of the dice could be a little turning point, Bruno, and be the moment where one of these sides can maybe stamp down their authority on this. I can't wait to maybe Lofaso in a one-on-one situation. That's what, and here he is.
Step over again. He just does so many step overs, but he's so good at it because he's right-footed, but he's happy to take them onto his left foot as well.
Oh, he's a fabulous player. And you can see why, as we were saying, he's played in, so we mentioned Bazaar earlier, but you can also get some gear on Kings League Pro. All the kit, hats, balls, jerseys, jumpers, socks, all of it. You can find it online. So make sure you get kitted out, especially if you've now got a favourite team after day one, and you will certainly have a favourite team by the end of the competition. We're only in day 2, and it's going to be a thriller for the next 2 weeks, all the way to the Défense Arena on the 14th of June, as there's a few appeals here. I love that, very Italian there with the gestures, and there's no stereotypes. That's exactly what the Italians are like. They do like to gesticulate, and they are very animated and passionate. It was the number 17 there. It was Brian Mecca who made a bit of contact there, but very soft, and had the referee given a penalty from that situation. So we're now at the 18-minute stage where the Royal Dice is trying to listen in, and here's what's going to be said as well by the coaches.
JD, they just about threw it over.
It is heavy though, to be fair. It is very heavy.
It just about cleared that sort of advertising hoarding, you could say. It's the JD sign again. I don't know what the percentages are on what we've had so far, but I'd say JD 1 JD and 2 are probably the ones we've had the most.
Yeah. And we had a JD in the previous encounter. We've got it again. So
2 out of 2 today.
Yeah, so it's a 1v1 with keepers. We'll see now whether, as we've been discussing, sometimes this is a key moment and a defining moment. We'll see whether one of these sides can now really stamp down their authority on the continent. We've got Skara wearing the number 17 for United. Anthony Scaramozzino, obviously, that's a little tribute to the injured player as we get back underway then. With Lofazo, of course, on for the Italians, for Boomers.
Yeah, United have gone for Abderrahmane Touré.
Here he is.
He's done well to take it onto the left. Still Touré, Lofazo. Perhaps not known for his defending, and you can see there how he just didn't quite commit enough and allowed Touré to get away from him. And they might have to think about that one, Boomers, if they don't gain possession. We saw yesterday, Ultimate Monsters, they prefer to go for Alberto de la Bella, who's the experienced defender. Here, Lofazo, yes, great in one-on-ones. But you can see that he's not willing to go the extra mile in defence, and Touré made the most of that.
Yeah, I think that's also tactically. Was that the right choice to start with Lofazo? If you know what I mean, maybe bring him on as soon as you're on the ball, maybe. Defensively, he's not a defender, he's an attacking midfielder, forward by trade, so maybe Boomers will have to reflect. But here he is now,
Sadly,
Lofazo.
this is what he can do.
Lofazo, twisting, turning. His momentum gone. Can he put himself into another shooting position? Oh, he can, but he couldn't finish it off.
Now, look, he's given up the chase. He's given up the chase, and this could be another goal. Well, he's been let off the hook by some brilliant goalkeeping from Capriano.
Now Lofazo after Scaramozzino. Can Lofazo now score? Ooh.
That was a tight shot from Lofazo. And look, you need to get back up or at least get substituted. Look, fortunately for him, well, that's it. Look, they're screaming at the goalkeeper. Yeah, they're saying throw it out wide. Lofazo's not going to get back.
This could be 4-2.
Exactly.
It is 4-2, Bruno. It is 4-2, and Boomers are now trailing by 2 goals. United have capitalised. They have been superior in this final 2 minutes. They've been spot on tactically, and they've been clinical. It's that man again, Marvin Emmanuel, a.k.a. Malikos.
But it's mad, isn't it, that Flocco Forestier wouldn't throw it out. You can see he'd given up. He had no intent on getting back there. And he wasn't throwing it to his teammate. He was on his own, clean away, and they were screaming at him from the dugout. He finally did it. But I think Lofazo's, he's not played this right. As you say, you bring somebody else on, you win possession, make the substitution, bring on Lofazo in one-on-one in attack. He's probably the best player on the pitch here. But he didn't have the energy in the tank to really withstand coming and going so many times, and it's really punished Boomers because now they're 4-2 down.
Yeah, listen, I think that they'll learn from that, Boomers, as Santoro tries to get a goal back, and he does! Number 10, the perfect 10, il numero 10, Santoro makes it 4-3, and how quick things can change, how quick things can change.
And now what have they done? Santoro scored the goal, they bring on the defender. I think it's Gino Capelli coming on, it is Capelli indeed, and Santoro, 15 goals in the Kings League in Italy, so he's not that far behind Lofazo in terms of scoring goals.
Yes, no, I think he's being groomed to be the eventual successor to Lofazo. The number 10, Santoro, makes it 4-3, and they have to get back here, Boomers, because this could be 5, and it is sang, and it's Ale United. Rahim, well done to you, boy.
They've struggled there with their defending here. Who would have thought the Italians, they've not dealt well with the one-on-one, and we always say these moments of mayhem, these moments of pandemonium are where things get thrown on their head, and who's the most capable of coming out on top amidst the chaos sometimes has the upper hand for the second half, and it has been United. They play their cards much better than Boomers.
And Santoro get another goal. Santoro, off the post.
Almost the exact same goal he scored earlier.
The referee looking at his watch. We're playing on. The minute is up. Santoro, good defensive work. That's brilliant there from Youssef Katiri, celebrating as if he'd scored. And I think that should more or less be it for the first half with United with that 2-goal cushion. We said it's going to be pulsating. It looks like, are we still playing on? We are, or are we not? Are you not entertained? We certainly are. What a first half. What an end. It's been pulsating. It's been fantastic. But let's now see if there is any little...
Oh no, Lofaso again. Lofaso, oh, he's got away. Look, I've been singing his praises the entire first half, but there's not been enough commitment from him defensively in this one-on-one.
I was thinking it was going to be a little bit more drama. There very nearly was with another late goal. Malikos has been almost impeccable up until that point. He's on a hat-trick, couldn't make it 3 then, but they're still in the lead and they're in the driving seat. Let's listen in to what's being said at the break. I don't know, say 7 in French. Said, thank you very much. But recruited by United during the international window transfer. We spoke about what was being said by the French side. As for the Italian, they basically said we've made it here, we've worked our butts off, so we don't want to use the exact expression which was used, which I don't think we can say on air. So we worked very hard, let's put it that way. And that's what ruined everything because we can't keep our heads straight. So just saying, just keep lucid, keep cool. That's the message then coming from the Italian bench.
Well, it's interesting that Jeremy Roten is, there are sporting directors or there are people leading the recruitment in these football teams. It's not left a chance. You go into a draft, that's how you bring in a player like Clement Goguet, and that's the role that Jeremy Roten has had. He was a very good winger. Remember at Monaco, that Monaco side that reached the Champions League final.
Right,
Roten on the left, Ludovic Giuli on the right, Fernando Morientes up front.
That's right, Morientes, yeah. He was on loan, wasn't he? From
knocked out Real Madrid, yeah. Scored a goal. Remember that header he scored in the Bernabeu.
Of course.
It's a good sign. He was a good winger, Jeremy Roten.
Yeah. Obviously talking about France and the national side, I have spotted in the United fans, so I'm wearing a 1998 France shirt when they lifted the World Cup, so we're going to be talking a lot about jerseys and shirts because we're big fans of the classic ones, as now United look to get that 6th goal. This is very promising. Options left, right and centre. Comes here to Raheem! And he gets the 6th goal. Caps off a stunning counter-attack. That is a masterclass in counter-attacking football.
As you said, there were options to the right, to the left, to the centre. It was porous defence from Pumas, gaps leaking all over the place. And Raheem with the cool, calm, assured finish, drilling it across. No chance for Vlad Capriano. So 6-3, and a game that looked like it was going to be tight right until the end. Things can still happen, but they're starting to edge away here, United.
Yeah, Pumas need to quickly get a goal. Maybe they'll play their presidential penalty or their secret card. A penalty has been called, but it's been called by the French, and it's very sensible. We like this, don't we? When you've got a momentum, get your presidential penalty in quick, stretch your lead further, just take a bit more confidence away, chip it away at your opposition. So here we go. We love this, don't we, the presidential penalties? We love it. Je l'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime. J'adore the presidential penalty. Here we go.
Well, the thing that it also does is it's scoreboard pressure. You you don't play the same, do you, when you're one goal down or when you're level than when you're 2-3 goals down, where you start getting a bit more desperate, where things are a little bit more urgent, which means you're rushing your decisions. A lot of the time, you're not making the right decision. If you can score here, you make it 7-3, and you're going to force Boomers to play that kind of football instead of thinking we've got plenty of time, we can move it around and all that. And, well, this could be a huge goal for United. It's going to be Gilsey, one of the multiple presidents in this team. Oh, wow, it's gone under! Wildcard. He went the right way, and it just found a gap underneath the goalkeeper. Heartache for Boomers, but it's a huge goal for United, who take the 7-3 lead.
Oh, that was a massive moment. You were quite rightly saying it was a big, big moment, and it is a big moment. 7-3, 4-goal lead, and the Boomers hitting back right away by playing their secret card. They need something right now. They're desperate now. The Italians are desperate here. They're unlike FCZ, who were so dominant against Olimpo United and marched the way through. Boomers looking like they're going to start this competition on the wrong foot, the piede sbagliato. And remind you can follow all the matches live on the various platforms. And obviously for French, if you want it in French, or in Italian, if you want it in Italian. That's a good ball, really smart ball. Or, of course, you're listening to us on Anglais. And we hope you're enjoying the show.
Here's a chance.
Need a goal. They need a goal. Here is Lofaso.
You know, I still think, I don't want to be too harsh on him, because I've really enjoyed seeing him. But I think those minutes from Lofaso in the 1v1 have
tainted it slightly, a little tarnished.
Kind of decided the game.
Yeah, but listen, the Boomers also, they got their approach wrong as well. They should have played it in a different manner. Shootout, will Lofaso take it? You expect him to take it, or Santoro. And this again, this is another big moment. You get this goal and you just reignite a little bit of belief, and maybe the tide starts to turn a little bit in your favour.
What do you reckon? He's going to go for the step over, the Ronaldo step over against Lazio. We've seen him do it plenty of times. He's got 5 seconds, but he's looked very comfortable with the step over Lofaso.
I think maybe a chip, sort of Totti style or Pirlo style.
Something special.
Yeah, no, I'm going for that. But hey, we're about to find out. It's the beauty of the Kings League. It's so unpredictable. 5 seconds then. Can he score, Mr. Simone Lofaso, and make it 7-4? Here we go.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Bruno, let me shake your hand because you were spot on. You said it. Was it going to be a Ronaldo 1998 UEFA Cup final? That trademark move of El Phenomenal, just going around the keeper, and he did exactly that. It was Ronaldo. Look at that.
He's brilliant step overs. He just accelerates so well when he does them. Always onto his left foot. Look, if I was the goalkeeper there, I would have gone for that. I would have maybe thought, he's just going to try and go on his left, try and force him to do the step over onto his right, where we haven't seen him do it, so it might not be as natural, but look, I guess the goalkeeper's only got a split second to make his mind up.
Yeah, and they've still got that presidential penalty as well. Score that, 7-5. And of course, they've still got plenty of time left on the clock. So only 23 minutes gone. You were saying the French said they have a shootout, did they?
No, it was
say?
the Italians.
Oh, Italians, oh, sorry, yeah, the Italians are,
gave away that they had to choose
yeah, okay, that's it, I beg your pardon. So we still need to see what the French have up their sleeve as we go towards the 24th minute here. It's game on against Santoro. Lovely touch from him there, number 10. Just crowded out, though. Really good work. Is it going to be another fabulous counter-attack from the French? Is he going to get the shot away here? Twisting, turning! Oh! C'est magnifique! Touré! C'est magnifique from Touré! And they are now 8-4, and the dance was brilliant as well. We're dancing here in the stands as well. It's contagious. Another fabulous celebration as well.
What a powerful run from Touré. He was powerful in that previous goal from Raheem as well. He's the one that made the run and then set him up to the right. He's got that capability to go from box to box. Nobody can stop him. Pure power, pure pace, and he can also finish. So that's 2 goals now for Abdraman Touré. Couple of players on, 3 players on a brace, in fact, for United.
Just, as you said, the complete player. Earlier, so unselfish.
And the goals. Remember, we said 6.7 per game. They're on 8.
Bruno.
They've done it.
Bruno, you rarely get it wrong.
No. Those are the stats provided to me. I didn't get
But then they
didn't get it wrong, because it's incredible that they can keep up that kind of goal-scoring form.
But no, the point is you maybe mention it, but then maybe, as we said, we spoke so high about Lofazma a couple of times, maybe he's not been at his impeccable best. And there you can see that jersey I just were mentioning a few moments ago. They've had so much to celebrate here. Can the Boomers, though, celebrate something and make it again just a 3-goal deficit? We're now into the 25th minute. Boomers, they've got to play their presidential penalty. Surely play it now. Just try and get that confidence going and get a bit of momentum back on your side for the Boomers. United 8-4 up here, and they're looking to make it 9 now. It's Gogui, that first pick in the draft. And, that's a little bit disappointing. It was good for rugby, maybe. It would have been over the bar in rugby. And we know French and the French and France are very passionate about their rugby as well. And that would have been more tuned to a rugby effort, really. But still, they can continue to lead here. They can afford to take chances like that and afford to have goes from those audacious ranges, those awkward angles. Why not for United, who are now back on the ball and looking to build again?
They've got a lot of talent, this team. I didn't feel like it was an 8-4 scoreline, the game, but United, we was talking earlier about the Brazilians maybe not having that many options in attack. United, how many players have they got? Gogui, who's class, Chandri, Malikos, Touré, Rahimi. There are a lot of players on this team that can cause problems, and came second in France, but out of the French teams that I've seen, they've looked like the most impressive by far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if to have made a winning start, of course, it's been only 5-3 against Marash, with the keeper off his line and the referee awarding in favour of the Italian outfit. Don't look like they're going to follow in the footsteps of FC Zeta, who made a winning start, made a strong statement yesterday against Olimpo United. Will the clock be stopped? In fact, the clock has been stopped, Bruno, to allow a bit of treatment here and allow Vlad Capriano to get back up to his feet. And doesn't look like he's going to have any medical assistance, but the clock stopped anyway, just to allow him just to catch his breath and get back up here. We saw Dresden earlier, the German keeper, take a real knock for the Footballista Locos. Again, is it Localistas or Locos? Is that how you say it?
Yeah. Locos, yeah.
Locos, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much.
Pazzo. Pazzi.
There you go.
Plural, of course.
That's it, of course. Oh, there we go. I don't know how to say it in French. Maybe crazy, but that's just saying it in a French accent doesn't make it French. I know, but one can try.
No, play.
Play on, says the referee. He has done really well, the referee, keeping that game flow.
Oh, just about salvaged the situation there for Reddy.
Just in the nick of time. Now, Lofazo, can he produce a bit of magic? He always can. Oh, look at that control.
One too many, but just the way he sends defenders sprawling is so entertaining to watch.
For you, has he been the most entertaining player so far?
I think so. I think so. Yeah, he may have got some things wrong, I think, which have been quite costly, but in terms of entertainment value, he's definitely been up there, probably my #1.
Now, Kogui, the number 10 for United, off the post and out. That's a huge sigh of relief there. Looking ahead, of course, we've got 2 more games, including Lamine Yamal's capital. I know we continue to talk about, but there's naturally so much excitement about this wonder kid, this incredible talent. The president of team, we can see at 2,200, but of course we've still got this game to wrap up with the French in complete control here and looking to march on. Join F2R as winners of the French sides going through into the winners pool for round 2 here. And Boomers just, I'm not understanding. I don't understand why they haven't played their presidential penalty. I think there's a strategy game as well. They need something. You need a lifeline. Why not play it right now?
As early as possible. You need it really, because there's no point really waiting until the end.
A little pocket of space here. Clement Gogui. So much noise being made by the United supporters, the drums, the vuvuzelas from the 2010 World Cup.
Who can forget?
Of course,
it's horrific. Oh yeah, of course, to me it was a great World Cup, but I didn't enjoy the vuvuzelas.
Now Lofaso, still Lofaso just snatched at it, didn't he?
Yeah, he always. The thing is, he's so good at going onto his left foot, but it means he's got to finish on his weaker foot. But he gets into such good positions that one of those is going to go in. And look, they've looked in the secret card before Boomers are playing their presidential penalty. So
interesting one. We mentioned players. Great to see. We have seen some fabulous individual performances so far. Leo Gol, the first man to net a hat-trick. I like seeing Lipao and Laletti of Furia. They were really impressive for me, but I've really enjoyed the performance of United, who are looking to make it 9 and take themselves to cloud 9, as we now will find out what their secret card is here. Fortnite secret card, and it could really maybe be the turning point and make it game, set, and match. Suspension, I believe.
Suspension, so will that be Lofaso?
You'd expect. Or Santor.
Or do they want to take out a defender?
Good point.
But you'd think Lofaso, he's the X factor. He's the one that can get a goal almost out of nothing. Let's see who the referee's coming across to take off.
A little nod to Skira, the injured player.
It is
Lofaso, and they're playing also for him as well. We mentioned that can also rally a team when you're missing one of your star players. And it's going to be their number 10. Okay, to just whip this in. They have a numerical advantage. Can they make it count right away?
Oh, it's over the net again.
Wow. And it's gone into the crowd here. It's not hit us, unfortunately, I was going to say.
I would love it if it came. I would love to head the ball.
I can imagine you volleying it back. You're that. So another bite of the cherry, another opportunity here. We're actually just in front of, you can see us waving. We're just in front of the corner being played in, flicked on, kept in play. Yeah, it's kept in play. And then held by the keeper. Must play that presidential penalty, unless they're just thinking, well, the game's over, we're not going to use. But why not use it? Why not? Why isn't it being played?
No, yeah, I can't think of any sort of logical explanation in delaying the decision to play this presidential penalty.
Especially as they're, a man down right now. It's 7 against 6. If you play it now, maybe you can make it just again run down that clock as well. Keep running down that clock. That's audacious.
Just overcooked.
Aim right. He very nearly aim right indeed. Visé juste. Keeper very nearly caught off his line. I like those goals from long range, Beckham-esque kind of finishes. We've seen them plenty of occasions, also in more modern times as well.
The first one though that comes to mind, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Selhurst Park.
That's right. I think it was the opening day of the 96-97 season. Devon was still wearing the number 10 jersey. Eric Cantona is still with United. Eric Cantona. French, I can't really say a France great, but certainly a great of the Premier League era to hail from France. Let's put it that way, because obviously didn't really leave his mark with Les Bleus as the shot comes in. It's blocked, comes to Goguet. Still with their number 10. Lovely feet. Is it a lovely shot?
It's wonderful.
It is a lovely shot.
It's wonderful from Goguet again. His brains are behind almost the entire creativity of this team. And he was in a corner, didn't seem like he had any way out, and then it was so flawless and effortless, and he teed it up, and it was still a really good finish, a well-drilled shot from Alex Iliberto. So another player to get his name on the score sheets, and will they make it to double figures?
Yeah, and you spoke a lot about the goals, and so far it's actually the match with the most goals in this edition of the Kings World Cup. 13 in total from 9 plus 4 is 13, thank you very much. 13, even more than Furia against Kunis. I do apologise, but we are live, and when you have to add and do subtraction, things like live, it isn't easy, so I hope there's a little bit of solidarity with me. And here he is, the man who set up that goal for Diliberto, looking to maybe set up another one for United. It's got to be game, set, and match. And again, why not just play that President's Pen just to try and get a goal, make the squad look more respectable? I don't understand it.
And Goguet, how good business was he? Because we were talking earlier of players who have been sort of emergency loans. He was the number 1 in the draft, but he wasn't, of course. Hang on. In comes a shot. Oh, it's off the post. There's the follow-up here. There's Clement Lenglet.
Hey.
Clement Goguet.
It's the beautiful thing about being live, yeah.
He's still not at Football Club Barcelona, no, but he was actually selected by Generation Set, as you said. So the fact that he's not here means that they've benefited from that and brought in a very, very good footballer.
Yeah, and sometimes we see that, don't we? You know, when you're without a player, whether it be a player who's sold, a team can really rally. Look at PSG without Mbappe going on to win the Champions League. Still there. It's a real scramble. It's really scrappy. No, United certainly deserve their lead. I think the turning point was in those final 2 minutes, wasn't it, as we were discussing Lofazo. Will Lofazo and company be in the final on the 14th of June at the Défense Arena? You can get your tickets now, and of course there's been a stunning, it will be a fabulous performance from James, who's also one of the presidents here, because of Zaytuna, who scored his penalty and produced a wonderful celebration as well. He'll be performing live. He's got, I think, almost 20 million monthly listeners on Spotify, so very impressive. More listeners than you and I, of course, Bruno, but then again, we do try our very best. Finally, finalmente, perché non capivo, je ne comprends pas why there wasn't that penalty until now. I don't get it. I don't get it. But hey, who's going to be taking it for the Boomers? There's a bit of confusion in their booth there. We're from FedEx and company, not to confuse with FedEx, of course. FedEx. His name's Federico, so it's a abbreviated kind of term for the Italian artist. So,
free kick first.
Free kick first. And it is, of course, their main man. Here he goes.
Looking for a hat-trick. Straight into the wall.
And here we go.
Gonna get Feathers now. Is he gonna receive confirmation?
I don't think he wants to take it.
No, yeah, he doesn't look like he's too keen, is he?
Well, just sort of
oh, I think he's going to allow Lofazo. He's going to let Lofazo.
Ah, okay. Well, you know, Felix, even though he is a performer, he actually doesn't like performing on live television seriously. Even when he had to perform at Sanremo, which is a very famous Italian music festival, he gets really nervous when he performs on live TV. So I don't know whether that's
probably does it,
yeah, a factor why he doesn't want to step up live here on, of course, TV streaming. And
well, I suppose he saw Lofazo take his shootout, and he thought maybe more chance of him scoring.
So Ronaldo Totti, what do you think? Another Ronaldo-esque?
Can't do it again, can he?
Well, lightning strike twice, and will he get that tripleta?
Let's see, Mifsud will be waiting for him. Oh, save from Mifsud. Well,
I'm clapping, I'm applauding, because it was a brilliant save. Look at that, and quite right. And that's what we're saying, when you make a save like that, that's when you can really give it a bit. Whereas we saw the earlier, the keeper for Flux giving it a bit when he didn't actually really make a save, and he went a bit over the top with his celebration. So it stays 9-4 as we go towards the closing stages of this fixture. Can the Italians at least make a go of it and at least set up a bit of a nervy finale, a grandstand finale? That's a nice turn of pace. You know, the World Cup Nations, Bruno, was a little bit disappointed by it in the home nations as the shot comes in. Chance on the rebound. We'll talk about Italy shortly now. Lofazo just swept away. Still with the Italians, with the Boomers. Must be
Mifsud again.
Mifsud again to the rescue.
Oh, no, the top. Oh, it almost controlled it into his path as Capelli came across.
But I just wanted to quickly say about the Kings World Cup nations. Italy went out early. They were very disappointed. They had the likes of Bonucci, Viviano, former Fiorentina, Kiba Caputo, former Sassuolo, and we expected more. And also when you're on home soil, you want, I'm not saying you have to go on and win it, but at least do yourselves proud. It was really disappointing from the Italians, and Boomers looked like they could be one of those sides maybe heading for an early exit. Certainly they've got the pressure on them because it looks like they're going to lose, and they could concede a 10th goal here. They're struggling to clear their lines.
Well, Capelli was on the border of, on the fringes of committing a penalty there on Raheem. He just let him ghost ahead of him.
Talking of penalties, it's the first time in this Kings World Cup we've seen a president choosing not to kick the penalty himself, but delegate one of his players to do so. Are we going to have a card here?
Oh, it's a yellow. It's a clear yellow. One of those that you catalogue as a professional foul from Clement Gorgé. He was making sure that there was no counter-attack, but he really caught him there.
Yeah, and that means obviously he's in the sin bin for 2 minutes. Can maybe the Boomers now get a goal, knowing they've got a little bit more space, maybe for the likes of Santoro Golazo to run into that space and capitalize here with their trickery. They are very talented players. It really is. If they can't score now, when can they score, the Boomers? And it is Santoro. There's a similar mould to Golazo, isn't it? The way he plays, a low centre of gravity, looking to check inside and maybe get that shot over. It's good defensive work, still a chance for the shot, and it's sliced wide. It's a disappointing effort, and we now go into that final minute of that normal time for those final 2 minutes when goals will be worth double, when I think Boomers will just want that clock to fly by and they want to put out of their misery, really. And United, of course, it must be one of them taking the Man of the Match award, surely, as they racking up a real big win here. It's France getting the better of it. Is a lot of rivalry, so not just on football, between Italians and French. I have to say the French say they've got the best cuisine, the Italians say they've got the best cuisine, French say they've got the best tourist option in terms of the mountains, the seaside. The Italians say no, we have. So there's a lot of rivalry as well. So I think the United, the boys, the French will enjoy this against the Italiani.
I'm wondering if they're going to get onto double figures. Just pushed wide. You've got a couple of players who are on a hat-trick. You've got Raheem Moina, Abdramane Touré, you've got Malikos, and of course Simone Golazo. So a lot of players could be joining Leo Gol as a hat-trick scorer, and well, it's going to make things tight at the top end of the top goal scorer standings.
Of course, if a player scores in the 38th minute, obviously the goal is worth double for the team, but obviously for him it's obviously only one goal, just to know, because there is that
of course, just one goes up on
just
the
no, because the first time I was watching, that made me think of that. Anyway, let's take a little break and see if we can, or rather hear anything being said by the respective coaches.
Finché non finisce dovete dare tutto. Ça va Anto? Ok. C'è il per due. Dovete dare tutto. Dans 10 secondes, il y a plein de courants. Ok. Vu qu'on double, ils sont deux derrière, 3 buts. Ils vont faire quoi? Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Si on dégage, elle va revenir direct. Parce qu'on a travaillé, vous le savez. Patience, ils viennent, on les démonte. On les transperce direct. Allez, go. Allez.
Bruno understood certainly the word passion. Of course, I heard that they were reminding the players that the goals are worth double. Obviously, the Italians would need to score how many? 6, 8, 9, so 3 goals, if I'm not mistaken, to even get anywhere near
3 to win.
3 to win, exactly. So they've got that cushion, but to keep focused. As for the Italians, I heard that the message was basically just keep playing, go out with your heads held high, even though we are obviously very much in a very difficult position, but just keep playing, give our very all to the very end.
It's a goal a minute, essentially a goal a minute.
Yeah.
Depending on what added time is. MVP, this is a tight MVP, a lot of very good performances.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Gorgay, he's only got 1 goal, but he's not managed to get onto that shortlist.
Oh, that very nearly really did completely wrap it up. That would have been 11 for United. For me, listen, I would give it to their number 26. I would give it to Touré, because on the winning side, it's difficult to not actually be the MVP. But Golazo, of course, it has been a fabulous solo performance from him. But a few occasions, as you said, maybe not being able to track back as much. That takes a little bit away from his performance, and maybe why not the MVP. But you at home, via Twitch, via YouTube, keep on voting, and it's great. We'll hear from one of these 4 post-match as well, as they speak to one of our journalists here pitch side, and they look to also sign the jersey. Obviously, the ball in the back of the net, but of course offside. The referee quite rightly spotting that right away in the build-up. So don't go away, of course, because we have another match right away, and Gigantes, which I know you always good fun, aren't they?
Gigantes, yeah, one of the Spanish teams, so the Spanish teams are always an interesting side to watch, because they've been playing this for such a long time. Gigantes under Gerard Romero, famous Catalan journalist who's been covering Football Club Barcelona for plenty of years. That's why we'll see Gigantes play in the same Blaugrana colours as Barca. But you've also got the Saudi Arabian outfit with one of the most followed YouTubers and streamers in the world. Absolutely ridiculous stats every time he does a live stream. It's millions of people following him. Millions of people tuning in. to follow how the Saudi Arabian side will fare. Let's see, because they were fun to watch in Mexico. Very different looking team today. We'll go through their squads in a couple of minutes time.
But just to give you a little appetizer of what's to come for the third of 4 games this evening, with the Boomers here just trying to at least maybe get a consolation goal and make that scoreline look just a little bit more respectable, maybe put a little bit of fear into the French outfit. United who very comfortable right now, leading 9-4. We're into added time. I think they'll just look to just control proceedings. No need for them to force the issues. That's a positive thing as well, because you don't have to force the issue. You don't perhaps make mistakes. There's no mistake about that by Malikos. Lovely work from him down that left-hand side. He's also one of the candidates, of course, for the MVP, and he has been great. He's been great.
We said there are a lot of players in this United team who can score goals, who can take on players, who can be game winners. So, look, will they go the whole way? I don't know, but it's going to take a good performance from a very good team, and they're going to be an uncomfortable opponent, whoever plays them.
And it's played short as they look to just keep the Boomers pinned back here deep in their own half in the final minute now of added time. They're just moments away, United, from the victory, so close that they can taste it, ready for their supporters to begin their part. And of course their mascot as well, the Pirates, as Lofazo looks to turn away here. He's the Pirate of United, the Pirate of the Cupra Arena, playing his part. And it's nice to see the mascots. I enjoy it. I haven't seen a mascot in a long time. It's nice to see. I don't know if you remember, but they used to have the old mascot hurdle race many years ago. The different mascots of the different clubs were in a sprint race over the. It was great fun. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Get back to what's going on the pitch, not our nostalgic nuisances.
Not many mascots I remember Gunnosaurus Rex, of course.
Of Arsenal, yeah.
Yeah.
That Herbie the Hammer?
Herbie the Hammer. That was the other one I was going to say, but I don't remember too many
Fred the Red of Manchester United.
I don't remember it.
And talking of United, it is United taking the victory there, winning comfortably, and the mascot leading the celebrations for the French outfit. And there is, of course, also your MVP. We put just a few moments ago, which of course naturally will go to United player inspiring his team to victory. So Boomers, it's a losing start for the Italian outfit, and they are unable to follow the footsteps of their fellow countrymen FC Zeta, who washed away Olimpo United. Lots of celebrations going on out there in the stands as well. There's been lots of noise from them. They've been the 12th man, the supporters, and they've done a real service to Skira, missing out, of course, because of that serious knee injury. So they've done their teammate proud. They're looking to go all the way without one of their star players, and of course there's plenty of players obviously looking to step up in the absence of Yassine Skira. There, your MVP, will be chatting away shortly. It is Touré confirmed, your MVP, via Twitch, via YouTube, and he's going to be chatting away very shortly. We're looking forward to hearing what he has to say, maybe en français or en anglais. We'll find out very shortly. But before then, let's check out.
Let's see who they've got.
Yeah, let's see who they're going to be playing in their.
Oh, United have got Galácticos del Caribe. They could very well win that game. And Boomers against Ira Colonia.
So Italy against Germany.
So one of those will be going home, and that does not look like an easy fixture for Ira Colonia, but neither for Boomers. That's going to be a very tight one.
Well, we're starting to see the pairings now.
Parce que physiquement, de rentrer, c'est difficile. Mais dès que j'ai pu me lâcher, j'ai montré mon vrai football.
Sign your jersey, please. Remember, guys, you can... Remember, you can only find these jerseys on Bazaar, so hurry up or you'll miss it. But don't worry, if you miss it, many others are coming really, really soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Get the app and get ready, guys.
Stunning video again, Bruno, by our video editors, by our content creation team, and they have been fabulous, haven't they? They are a work of art. They are magnifique.
Absolutely, no, the videos are brilliant, and they really set you up nicely for the games, and I like seeing all the sort of little images from the badges. I know you really like that video with the pig from Quarterfinals running away.
I loved it.
Trying to keep a hold of the trophy that they won last year. So let's look at those players that they highlight for us. They always get it right, don't they, with the players that they highlight. Kevin Cardona, who was a star player for Galácticos del Caribe, scored 22 goals for them, but now obviously he's come across to play, as we said, for this SXP side, who are Saudi Arabian because the president is Saudi Arabian, but he's brought a lot of players over from Colombia. You've got a couple from Mexico.
I think 6.
Yeah, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Colombian players.
Wow.
You've got one Saudi Arabian player, who is the captain, Farhan Al-Asmri. Number 14, Diego Martinez, is the Mexican player who we've seen with Muchachos, with Wes Santos playing in the Kings League America. So that's one of the players that was highlighted. And on the other hand, Polo Ortega, look out for him in Gigantes, 22 goals in the last split in the Kings League Spain. One of the standout players in the competition in Spain, and one of the 3 wildcards who have come here for Gerard Romero's side.
Very impressive indeed, and we'll see whether he can light up the Cupra Arena as the lights begin to be lit up here as we go towards the countdown and the beginning of this another highly anticipated fixture. It's the third match of 4 fixtures today on day 2 of the Kings World Cup. Of an 8th game yesterday, 4 today. The action just keeps on coming for the first 13 days. We're here at the Cupra Arena, and then of course for the final at the Defense Arena on the 14th of June. Will one of these sides, either SXP or Gigantes, be there? Well, we'll get an early indication whether or not, because we know the first game, of course, it isn't crucial. Of course, you can lose your first game and still go all the way to the final, but you want to get up to winning, start confidence and build that belief, as the Fortnite secret cards have been drawn here by the 2 respective sides, SXP to your left and Gigantes to your right.
So SXP, they featured in the last World Cup, as I was saying. They won one of their games, lost two, which meant they lost in that last chance. They didn't advance to the last 16. One of those defeats came on penalties after having won their first game, so they could very well have been in the last 16. That dropped them into the last chance. They were knocked out by Limbo United, who we saw yesterday, a very different looking Limbo United, but that experience was cut short for them. As for Gigantes, well, they won the fourth split of the Kings League Spain, and in that World Cup last year, they also didn't go very deep in the tournament. They lost in the last 16 against Expire team.
Okay, so the lights are out, which means we are underway with the sprint and the drop of the ball from the cage, and immediately looking to make a strong start here, and the keeper's already off his line. Bruno, keep an eye on him. To your right here, Camilo Men, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, no. The Cuchara. Oh, it bounces over the crossbar. It was Camilo Gaviria who'd come out to help Diego Martinez in that 2-on-1, and it was almost a gorgeous goal.
It was fabulous, wasn't it? I admire the audacity, and now we'll see at the other end the keeper here, Victor Vidal, round the keeper. So unselfish.
Oh no, just wide. You can see him trying to curl it into the top corner. Paul Ortega looking to continue that rich goal-scoring form. As there we can see Gerard Romero, the president of Gigantes.
Well, it's been an action-packed start. Really good opportunities at both ends. And now Camilo Men again playing in support. This time at the second time of asking, can he score? No. Victor Vidal looking to waste no time here.
He's a very good goalkeeper, Victor Vidal.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Look how comfortable he is on ball. Oh, he'd done the hard part, which was stepping aside and getting past Camilo Gaviria. Just skipped past him, but then he couldn't score into the empty net. Of course, there was still a very long way to go.
Now 3v3, Camilo Men again in support on that left-hand side. Here he is. This is very important to get that early goal, in my opinion, and just give yourself a little bit of boost. But we haven't had an early goal. Normally we're quite accustomed so far in the tournament to seeing early goals. Vidal, of course, coming racing off his line and looking to bring one of his teammates into play, who had just made its way through. Oh, there he is, and there's the man. You've been singing his praises time and time again, and he steps up, delivers the goods, arrowed into that bottom corner.
First of how many, who knows, from Paul Ortega. He came agonizingly close about a minute ago when he curled that one, just brushing the outside of the post. This time, a brilliant finish from Ortega. Gigantes into the lead, but it's end-to-end stuff. Both goalkeepers getting heavily involved in it. It's a frantic and exciting start to the game.
Oof. Talk of excitement, is very nearly an equaliser there. Victor Vidal, as you said, another one you've been quite rightly singling out for a lot of praise as well. You mentioned earlier when we were chatting about the president, Chongbong of SXB. We'll have a chance to talk about him, as well as Yasser Al-Khatani, who's the co-president, and you may remember a former Saudi footballer who played as a footballer for Al Hilal, by the way, in the Saudi Professional League. So it'll be interesting to see if he can step up later on. I don't know, maybe take a penalty, or as
pretty savvy there, isn't it?
Yes.
Bringing in a former professional to be the co-president and take the penalty.
Exactly. It's smart, but that's what you've been saying it all along. You need to have someone who's very capable of taking penalties, because it's an important card.
I think Xiong Expong knows that very well. He's been at a couple of these tournaments. He was at the Nations tournament. You were there with the Saudi Arabian national side. So, and he's very competitive. Well, like most Saudi Arabians are, how they're pumping money into having competitive leagues and competitions and clubs, and they want to be there. They want to be competitive. Yeah. Xiong Expong wants to win these tournaments. You can see with the scores that he puts together.
He's currently, or rather, his team is currently trailing, and speaking about those in that presidential booth for SXB, who are trying to find that equaliser here, which doesn't quite come on that occasion. And You know, Camilo Mendes, the first time I actually saw him was at the Kings World Cup Nations. He really impressed me for... In fact, Colombia went all the way, actually, to the final and to lose to Brazil. They were such an electrifying team, Colombia. They actually lost their first game in that tournament, and they still went on all the way. So it's what we were saying a few moments ago when it comes to the Swiss system. It gives you that opportunity regardless. And if you lose that first game, it's not all doom and gloom, but you know you have to play more games, though, to get to the round of 60.
Shot floating over. That was from Danny Martí. There's another player with a lot of experience in the Kings League Americas who's come on it, and look out for him. The number 10, Angel Oscaro up front. Remember him with Atlético Barcelos Colombian team. The president was James Rodriguez. He's played in a couple of futsal World Cups. James Rodriguez. He's the president of Barcelos, who play in the Kings League Americas, and he's very involved. But Angel Oscaro, the centre forward, he's played 2 futsal World Cups with Colombia, so he really, really knows how to handle the ball.
Now a chance on the break here. Not really expect that
there he is.
Hernandez. Just talk of the carro, and there he is. And he may have been clipped there in the process.
I mean, he's somebody who's played in the top flight of Spanish futsal. The Spanish futsal league is...
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
maybe the VR could be called into play. I'm sorry to
for
interrupt.
a red?
Yeah, I don't want to... I apologise. We'll talk about it shortly, but just for that, just the way it was caught on that replay.
Similar to...
Aitor Vives, yes.
yesterday.
But for me, it's on the ground, open
Let's see.
foot.
Sheepish look in Martí, who's
No, we check yellow. See.
We could have our second straight reds of the competition.
No, check complete. Check complete. Yellow card.
Check complete. Okay, so there you have it. So it's only a foul. It's it did look, maybe it looked nastier than it did on a replay. Maybe in real time we'll see it, but check complete. So as things stand, there's not going to be any intervention and no cards.
Then we checked.
So we get another angle of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I see 2 or 3 replays to gauge a bit more. Yeah, again, for me, that's one of those ways he's looking to play the ball.
Thank you, guys.
It's just unfortunate that Angel Oscaro was too quick for him. So for me, yellow card would be enough, would be sufficient if a card was to be shown. Even the yellow card to me feels a little bit harsh. But 2 minutes sin bid, so Hernandez now momentarily 6 against 7.
There you have it. You mentioned obviously Hernandez. We saw a few months ago Arnotenas, the Catalan goalkeeper and European champion with PSG, is actually with Gerard Romero, the president of Hernandez. Just wanted to quickly get them, because obviously our focus was on that foul. But we missed it there. We were focusing actually on what's going on in the pitch.
Olympic gold medalist in this city as well last year. Spain beat France in the final.
Bruno, again, the brilliance of Bruno. It's true, just coming with his nuggets.
Well, no, that's obviously being a Spain fan. I mean, it had been Croatia against Libya in the final. Maybe I wouldn't remember it, but Spain against France, of course.
Oh, Denelson there, that was brilliant from him. Really interesting, that one, going for that acrobatic. So, we'll catch another glimpse.
Yeah. It's there with those.
There you go.
Futuristic sunglasses.
Exactly. Maybe, I don't know, maybe celebrating a bit too much, hasn't got too much sleep, I'm not sure in the past couple of days. Anyway, just enjoying life and enjoying being here with the Kings League. That's a smart ball through, and he's back on his feet. Stayed on his feet there to get the shot away. It was a little slip initially. And talking about slips, footwear is so important at this competition. What did you go for, the moldies? Did you go for sort of football trainers?
For me, it's got to be studs.
Studs? Wow.
Yeah, no, you've got the... Obviously, you don't play with the aluminium studs, but those sort of plastic studs. For me, you've got to go for studs on this. I can see Angelo is a futsal player, so he goes more for the futsal. He wants to step on the ball, and he wants to have that sort of feel on the ball. For me, it can be a little bit too slippery if you're playing with those, so I'd always go for studs.
SXB seeing lots of the ball here. Can they make this opportunity count, though? Need to be a bit better with the ball. It's down.
Alex, 10 seconds.
Yeah, Regard off the hand as yet hasn't been troubled too many occasions. Well, looking a little bit concerned, hoping though that his classy Colombians can start opening up the hand test defence and getting the goals. Putting himself here into a good crossing position or shooting position. Diego Martinez it was.
Tell you what, Arnau would be a good goalkeeper in this format. He's somebody that loves playing with his feet, and I'm sure he'd really enjoy playing Kings League.
Swung in and good goalkeeping. We mentioned about Victor Vidal, and I like the long throw right away. But on this, just Camilo Mena. That's how I really was impressed with him at the Kings World Cup Nations. He was one of the keepers of the tournament. Really was. Just like his character as well, the personality that he plays with. Plenty of Saudi flags there in the stands at the other end of the ground where we are currently broadcasting from. Bree just comes across it just to get us back underway here with number 47, Denilson. There's another one of those in that Colombia squad, although I was wrong, a Brazilian-sounding name of Denilson.
I know, yeah.
A little bit confusing, but obviously hailing from Colombia, like so many, as you mentioned at the very start.
Yeah, 90% or
90%, yeah.
5% of the team, yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. 3 of those are wild cards, of course. Pace has gone down just a little bit slightly since we've gone to 7v7. Understandably, it's a lot tighter, less space as the header comes across the face of the box, and it goes out on this near side here. With no time to lose, really, for SXB. To find a way back into this match, get a goal. Again, it's so much off the ball, but can they start turning that into clear-cut chances and asking questions of Gigantes, the side from España, from Spain? And you know, Kings League in Spain, it is so big, it's got such a strong tradition. It's where it all started, of course, the home of the Kings League, and they're looking to conquer Paris and conquer France as it goes in. There's appeals there, we're playing on in the meantime. Appeals for a penalty, but referee waves those protests away.
Well struck as well, that shot. It was Mauro Ortega, one of the various Colombian players in this side. You can see he was travelling into the top corner.
So of course it will be checked, but unless it was anything of note, the referee naturally will just keep on playing. If there is anything, of course he will get a message into his earpiece, but it doesn't look like, initially it didn't seem to be a blatant handball, far from it, and Gigantes continue to lead 1-0, now starting to get back on the ball. Haven't seen too much of them play their possession, play more playing on the break, and it could be SXB coming forward on the break.
He almost burst the ball as he trod on it, somehow came away with it.
I just wonder, do you think he's still struggling after that foul earlier, or it appears to have maybe shaken it off? I don't know, but hopefully for him, of course, and his teammates, just a little knock and he can just continue, grit his teeth. To my right, someone's wearing an Italian 90 England shirt as well. I remember this.
Memories of Gascoigne.
Gascoigne, of course, Gaza and Lineker and Chris Waddle. Italia 90, Italy 90, Italia 90. What a Joseph crackers, and it's great. It just shows the popularity of football and footballing jerseys for all the football aficionados and Kings League aficionados. Of course, another reminder, you can get all the gear on Kings League Pro and Bazaar, of course. So again, get online, download those apps. Bruno, come on, get download, and I'll get on Instagram as well. We need to be more social. Come on, we need to be more technologically embracing technology far more. We're too fearful. Let's get on our phones a lot more, Bruno. After this game, of course, not right now. We've got a game to commentate on and to enjoy as well. And it's a tight one so far. It is quite cagey. Gigantes continues to control proceedings. We're trying to get that second goal.
Good use of the body. Not too many options available, though.
No, he's having to do it.
He's going to
try and do it all alone, as you said. He was crowded out on that far side.
There's no way out. It was a cul-de-sac.
Very nice. We are in France, so it's good to use a French expression.
I've never seen it in France, though. There were many cul-de-sacs in England, though, weren't there?
There were many. Literally, bottom of the bag. There you go. Bottom of the bag. It's quite cagey, isn't it? It's quite tense. quite tight. Hasn't had that sort of a real explosive, fast-paced nature to what we had before when the Boomers took on United. Camilo Mena looks to inject some pace here.
Look at him. He was attempting the impossible, Angelo Tocado.
Sensing something like a Faustino Asprilla-esque kind of effort. The great
Keeping
Pino.
things Colombian.
Exactly, that's the main reason I said that, of course, keeping in tune with it's El Cafeteros, isn't it? Yeah, one of their many nicknames.
Los Cafeteros.
Los Cafeteros, there you go. There we are.
Ticking all the boxes. Colombia, 90s.
Yes.
Always 90s.
Always 90s.
How good is he with his feet?
Well, I thought Camilo Mena was, but
They're both
Victor
we saw in the opening minutes how good both of them are with their feet, how comfortable they are in those attacking situations.
Oh, just bounced away, didn't it? The bounce of the ball. Chongbong, Yassal, Katani.
Come on, please.
Can only really maybe guess what he's saying.
He was excited though, wasn't he?
He was excited, and he maybe something like, oh, it was mightily close. Now Victor Vidal just looking to bypass that midfield, flicked on, there's a little slip then straight to Camilo Mena, rolls it out on this occasion. Possession pretty even, Stevens, but 6B just about edging it as you'd expect, a side that is chasing the game and trying to find a way back into the match. Gigantes looking to follow in the footsteps of the other Spanish sides that have already won their first game, Porcinos and Ultimate Mostores. Porcinos, of course, for now, you can still say tagged as a Spanish team, but will soon be going to the Kings League Americas, the defending champions who got past Miami 7 off that sending off for Ives in the competition. That was all on day one. Now into day two, and the matches keep on coming thick and fast. The third of the 4 fixtures today in match day 2, round 2, or rather day 2, should I say, of the Kings World Cup 2025, the second edition. People looking to wrestle away that crown from Porcinos, with that pig looking to keep hold, though, of that trophy.
Sprinting away from everything.
Exactly.
Ships, other animals, and still keeping a hold of it, at least with that win yesterday. As XP have not had a great deal of shots on target here. As you say, it's been quite a tactical game in sort of the midfield, and the goalkeeper's getting involved with the distribution, but they've not managed to open up. I'd say down the other end too, really.
Yep.
They've had their scored early on, but in 7v7, they've not really had too many clear chances either.
Opportunity, a set-piece situation now. For Gigantes, can they double their advantage? Goes back here, safety first. Way back to Victor Vidal.
Too much on that one.
Okay, throw it.
Said time and time, a reminder coming up. Persas against La Capital, Lamine Yamal, making his debut as such in the Kings League. His side, the Barcelona, the Spanish wonder kid, joining the party, entering the fray here in the Kings League. One of several high-profile names to put his name to this competition and be involved. We've seen so many, of course, starting from the founder, the great one, Gerard Piqué himself. We've had Kun Agüero, and lots of stars also feature, make cameo appearances, the likes of Totti, Bonucci. Think of the Italians on my side.
Hazard,
Ronaldinho,
Chicharito Hernandez.
There you go.
I mean, it's
a who's who of
never-ending
football
list.
greats, isn't it? Yeah.
A lot of them are very recent players, and some of them current, like Lamine Yamal, current for a very long time, at the very start of his career. But it's very exciting news for the Kings League to get such a big player on board. I mean, right now, we were saying, hottest property there is in football, arguably the most informed and greatest footballer on the planet.
Referee says play on. Having survived that little scare, can they hit back at the other end? SXB.
Dive, surely.
Yeah, and
he's lost his shoe, to be honest.
First I thought it was actually the ball, but it was, you're right, his footwear that went flying there. Tried to do it all alone there, really, Ortega. And was that the right solution? Well, the answer was pretty evident. It wasn't. Maybe are these sides also thinking, well, we'll just keep it tight for now, we've got the presidential penalty, the secret card. Is that maybe factoring into the reason why it could be an option, Bruno, why they're not really going all out?
I think it's just two teams cancelling out each other. They're very, very similar in terms of standard. A lot of players who we said play the Kings League Americas in Colombia, for a Colombian side that played in Mexico, of course. So I just think it's down to that. I just think it's down to the fact that they're both very well organised, very well positioned on the field of play, and no cracks are appearing in the defences. In the game we saw earlier, there was so much attacking potential on both sides, but there were some mistakes in defence which opened it up, but there was perhaps more attacking potential than in these two teams. These two teams may be a bit more balanced, but I don't think they've got as much ability in front of goal.
Did the right thing there by getting the shot away, Luis Moreno, because now the first period, should we say, of the first half comes to a close. Now we are going to have the JD roll of the dice here, and it is that man there, Jérôme Roten, the former French international, part of the United staff. So it's great to see him involved here, and it is very heavy. Little warning, please warning that it's quite heavy to actually get it over. We'll see what will appear here. The JD roll of the dice. It is again 3 from 3 with a hat-trick of JD, so it's 1v1.
That's what happens when you sponsor the event. You make sure you get a bit more time on screen.
I like it, I like it, I like it. But there we have it then, so 1v1 with keepers. The countdown continues. Just a few seconds really left now for the respective coaches and the players to have a quick tactical discussion and how they're going to approach these final 2 minutes of the first half, and then it is back underway. 1v1 with keepers. The drop of the ball. Here we go. Who's got possession? Looks like SXB. Now, that's smart.
That's what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Nielsen, who comes on, who's the tall player, the strong player, wins possession, and he goes off and makes sure there's someone who's perhaps got a bit more ability in a one-on-one.
And a reminder, in this one, the keepers can't come out, unlike the start of the play. It's very different.
Exactly.
Keepers staying in their box in this occasion, which is why you have to maybe sub a keeper off to have an outfield player on if you want to try and create that numerical advantage and superiority. So now back here with Camilo Mena. 2 balls on the pitch.
Yeah. Kun Agüero as the outfield player for SXB, and it's Alberto Lopez, one of the wild cards for Crisantes.
Cardona, the star man, we picked him out earlier. Might get a second chance. It's blocked. He goes appealing.
I think that might have been a hand, actually.
It's going to be checked, Bruno. Don't you worry. It is going to be checked. Non ti preoccupare.
Might have been a rebound, but I definitely feel as if a ball struck an arm there.
Now Albert Lopez onto his left boot. Albert Lopez.
Very good.
Oh, what a save.
There's your man.
The cat-like reflexes from Camilo the Cat. Mena. Now SXB, can they go level? They're desperate for an equaliser.
Diego Martinez. Yes! No mistake. The Mexican centre forward, and he seems to be the sort of Salt Bay-ish celebration, sprinkling the salt after scoring the goal, which was emulated also by Sean Expong as he celebrates in that booth. SXB are back into this tight contest.
Oh, it's a 1-1. And now Hiandes, can they immediately retake the lead at the other end?
No, he's fishing for it, and now, well, that's the problem with going down easily. That's the problem with diving.
1v1, chance to turn things around, and they do exactly that, and it is that man there, David Loiza, who makes it 2-1. They've turned it around here in these final 2 minutes. We said these are big moments and potential turning points. It's certainly proving the case, Bruno.
Well, Lofaso in the previous game was a little bit blasé with his defending, and here it's Ortega who's gone for the dive. We always say you need to finish off the move, like this from Ortega. Yes, it didn't go in, but you finish the move. There's no counter-attack. You can go off and sub yourself, or you can get back in defence. You've got to make sure the shot goes off the pitch or in the goal.
Yeah, don't leave it in open play, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, as we just saw there, creating a one-on-one situation, and there could be another opportunity. Look at that strength.
Look at the power.
Ortega, it took a deflection on a block on its way through. But great work. I love that, combine that physicality and the technique.
He's going to be blowing now in defence, though.
True. Now Carlos Martinez.
He was tired as well, because that was a bit of a fatigued finish from him.
Now the minute of added time is up.
Oh, that was a good 1v1, wasn't it?
Oh, this has been a brilliant...
It's okay.
Because it was quite a tactical first 18 minutes. You said the sides cancelling each other out. That's the beauty of the Kings. This thing just gets the excitement going again, gives the opportunity, and it's just burst into life in these closing stage. We've had the 2 goals from SXB, and now they could be leading. And in fact, they are leading at half-time here against Wildcards.
They're being translated to Arabic, and they're trying to make a decision as to how to play the card and what to do in the second half. So it's an interesting sort of eclectic bunch on the bench there. And look, well, they've obviously come to an agreement because they've locked in that presidential penalty.
Absolutely. So we've got an early bit of drama then in the very beginning of this second period. 2 20-minute halves. A reminder, the game's lasting 40 minutes. And of course, there is always a winner. No draws in the Kings League, and SXB are currently in the driving seat to bring home the win. Currently leading 2-1, having overturned that 1-0 deficit in those final 2 minutes after that JD roll of the dice, reducing those numbers 1v1 with goalkeepers, of course, and this could be, and they are potentially on course to be trailing 3-1, should, of course, SXB convert that presidential penalty, which is incoming as soon as we have that break in play. So they'll be hoping that their keeper, Victor Vidal, can step up to the mark and really deliver the goods for them and keep it tight, keep it at 2-1. Messians, of course, they're in possession now. They could even score, make it 2-2, and that would really put the pressure on SXB as it's floated into the box right deep and a teasing ball in. SXB through their number 10, Angelo Carro, certainly recovered after that crunching and very tough foul in the first half. And now there we have it, that break in play. And at the moment we always enjoy these presidential penalties, which, as we said, they haven't always been brilliant, but we're hoping...
I think this one might be better.
Yeah, I think this is going to be...
for obvious reasons.
Yeah, for obvious reasons. We mentioned Yasser Al-Khatani, the former Saudi footballer, also the captain of the Saudi Arabian national team as well. So if it's going to be him taking it as the sort of co-president, then it's a 99% chance of scoring. Maybe 99.999.
Yeah. Let's see who it is taking the penalty. Showing Sprong is coming out of the booth.
So it may be him.
Oh no, no, look, maybe not.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, listen to the reception.
Well, obviously, popular former player in Saudi Arabia. And a very smart call, you know, you're coming here. He'll be thinking, Showing Sprong, yeah, I want to have fun, but he's coming here to win a tournament. So he's made sure he's flanked by the best possible allies, and presidential penalty. In this case, which is one of the few teams, there's not going to be a weakness for SXB.
Look, he's not even got proper boots on, but that's because, of course, he is a former pro, and former pros could play even in ciabatte, as they say in Italy, just with the flip-flops on as well. So we'll see whether he can make it 3-1 here. I've said 99.9%. We'll wait and see whether I'm right or wrong.
Oh, great penalty. Great penalty. Because Victor Vidal went the right way, but that is a perfectly executed penalty. He's got the celebration of someone that's played more than one professional game throughout his life. So, intelligent from Shaikh Spong to bring this man alongside him for the presidential penalty.
Class is permanent, as we've just seen, and you know, SXB in the last Kings World Cup was actually won their first game against Persas, but then lost their next two. So it's clear that they want to go further.
No, and as we said,
one
of those defeats was a penalty. It was
a
penalty shootout, so they were very, very close to reaching the knockout. And I remember they had a couple of Brazilian players, and they had a couple of Saudi players who were very, very good on the ball.
Yep.
So they were quite unfortunate to be knocked out so early on.
Focus on the match,
in the meantime, Hienders have hit back Bruno with their secret card. It's been locked in. Of course, Bristol will have that at the next break in play. We'll see what they have drawn and whether it can give them a goal almost immediately with, say, a shootout or a penalty, or whether it's, say, a goals worth double, for example. That's another interesting, which would be really important. They'd have 4 minutes to score as many goals as possible, which would be worth double for that time frame. But they trail currently at 3-1. They need a lifeline, which they've gone straight away then to that secret card. We're about to find out what it's going to be, but they may have been, it's come across the referee.
And there you go. Cifuentes played so much Kings League football. The secret card comes out immediately after conceding that goal.
Number 47.
They know they need a helping hand to get back into the game. So 3-1, try and sort of stop that momentum from continuing to flow in favour of SXB. And we've said how many times today and yesterday, why don't they play their card? Why don't they play their presidential penalty? These guys, they've been there a million times.
I think that's the difference. It's maybe the Italians still maybe, they're not as yet an established Kings League.
No, and that's what we said. It's being in the situation of
living.
We said it yesterday. How many times have we been down to 5 against 7? Oh, this happened, so next time we'll do this. You know, they've been in all of those situations. They've learned from experience, as Descartes, the famous philosopher, used to say. Learn from experience. Wow, that's the only thing I remember from him from school.
Oh, you don't say that you came across so cultured there by saying that. Anyway, it's Denilson who's come off, who's been the chosen, the designated player. Will be suspended for 4 minutes, although they've already had 20 seconds of that suspension, and that's a real tribute and a homage to Denilson, that they fear him, that he's come off, but can Hienders capitalise at 7 against 6? They need to make the most of this numerical superiority, this advantage they have here, because they have a disadvantage in terms of the goals. They trail 3-1 here as we go towards the 24th minute. There's still plenty of time left on the clock, but worrying also for SXB have their secret card still to play. Patiently building up left to right, and now straight into touch. Yeah, it's disappointing from Paul Ortega, who obviously netted that goal for Hienders. It seems like a long time ago since an SXB have hit back with 3 goals. They've come from behind, and they now are in a good position. They want to weather the storm, though, for now just under 3 minutes time, and then we're back to 7v7. Maybe then I think that perhaps be the time when they maybe play their secret card, depending on what it is, of course, Bruno, because if they soak up this pressure and they still lead 3-1, then it can hit them again. Who knows?
They can see the importance of having a goalkeeper like Victor Vidal. They've got the extra man. He comes out very deep into the pitch, and that means that you've got the overload on the flanks, because he's attracting some of those players. They can then play it out wide. So the significance and importance of Victor Vidal now in this 2 minutes and 20 seconds is going to be very, very, very important.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just to help them get that goal back, and it could be a goal here from that man, number 18, Paul Ortega, in that position. Again, we saw that back in space, finding that space here on this near side towards us. It's just in front of us here to take the corner, and it's gone backwards, back to Victor Vidal. wearing that captain's armband. Ortega! Oh! Wow. Great strike.
Thought that might have been swerving to the top corner.
Yeah,
it's a couple now from Ortega. A couple of seconds ago again. They're the man that they're trying to find in that space on the wing. As Angela, I was going to say, I think that ball came off. So 1 minute 30 to hold on here for SXB.
So far, so good.
And they've still got their card. Well, there's a presidential penalty for True. Again, is another one of those okay-ish penalty takers.
But not to the level of what we saw.
No. No one's going to be at that level.
And I said, not even in proper footwear in terms of, they were standard trainers, but they weren't studs, they weren't football trainers. They
Perfect down to the corner though, wasn't it?
Oh, brilliant. He just fired it home as he showed by that celebration. Now, played across. Plenty to aim for, but they continue to hang on here, SXB. A minute away. Can they get that job done? They'll be feeling confident. They're almost there. They're almost over the line. SXB naturally seeing all of the ball in these past 4 minutes with that extra man, and now Victor Vidal off his line once again. Ortega's ball in, and it comes towards us there. Again, I apologize. I can't get my head around. We do have a net, so I don't have to jump up every time. I don't have to try and push Bruno in front of the way. As it's taken quickly, quick thinking. Again, Victor Vidal. Final 30 seconds of this secret card for Gigantes, as yet they've not been able to capitalise on it. Nice drop with the shoulder. Good block, good defensive work. Can they break here?
I don't think he should be taking on the player on there, because there was no real way out, and you've got the extra man. Just go back again, be patient, move it around until you really have an opening you can exploit. Oh, that's a comfortable save, Camilo.
That's going to be a foul, surely, and it is.
Carlos Martinez.
Yeah, just running in there on Camilo Mena. Did well picking up there. Clearly was fouled. No doubt about it. So it'll be okay to continue, but it's a little bit of a knock. Point right, just taking a little breather, and we are now back to 7v7. So full marks indeed, SXB for hanging on there.
Hey, goalie, come on. Free kick, put the ball.
Free kick, of course, to SXB. Getting hot in that presidential booth. The tension continues to rise as we get closer and closer to the finishing line. SXB want to make that winning start, go into that winner's pool, win your first 2 games, you go straight through to the round of 16. That is the Swiss system, and we're starting to have, we've got quite a few pairings already
it's almost
for the round 2, haven't we, Bruno?
Almost defined, yeah.
Almost defined indeed, for both the winners and the losers.
That next round is fun, but the last chance is the fun.
Wow.
Is the real, like, this is it.
Nerve-wracking.
This is it. It's win or go home. It's not fun for the players involved, but in terms of entertainment, watching it from home,
the neutral
it's
as
the
well.
Funnest round, I'd almost say.
Nice little back.
No one on the edge of the box.
To still keep it alive here. Gigantes will continue to see all of the ball, but this will suit SXB. They will play this kind of game all afternoon long, or rather all evening long, as we are now approaching 10 p.m. as the shot comes in. Opportunity on the rebound. Ortega blocked again.
Look, SXB will be comfortable with this. Yes, there will be times when they can be opened up, but if they are able to intercept a pass, Victor Vidal is taking the risk, the necessary risk of being 3-1 up. If they're able to intercept a pass, they've got a shot on goal, empty goal. They can make it 4-1. That's what happens when you're slightly desperately 3-1 down. You take those gambles, you take those chances, you take the risk of bringing out a goalkeeper like Victor Vidal. Any loose ball,
hey, come to me. 2 times now with the goalkeeper here and this situation. There will be no 3 times, okay? No 3 times.
Certain aspects of this game, but you're spot on what you're saying, especially as you go towards the very end, you're chasing have a go from distance. So many bodies in front of you. Go anywhere, spin into the back of the net. Spin and fall kindly for a teammate. Maybe even come off the arm of a player, and you could get a free kick or a penalty in a promising position. So you have to go for it. And he had this right now. That's exactly what they need. Something like that, a little spark, or someone just to grab this game by the scruff of the neck and just get them back into the contest, because as things stand, it's not enough. They need to do more. Take a few more chances. Maybe even get Victor Vidal even more off his line. more involved in that build-up play because they're really trying. Here is Victor under a bit of pressure of his own at the other end.
He's getting a bit of a hospital pass there.
Yeah, just quite a rugby for
yeah, friendly fire in that throw-in, really. But he did well to get rid of the ball.
Well, one back by Hernandez, that far side. So cool and calm and confident the ball. We're not denying that, but time for more in that final third. Needs to be more clinical. Start to be more dangerous, and that was certainly dangerous. Could have gone anywhere. And they've got to settle for a corner. They may take it quickly. They're waiting for options. Almost a header.
It's Lobon clearing every single cross.
Absolutely. Just long legs of his
big,
as well.
He's big. Yeah, he reminds me a little bit of Pacho from PSG.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ecuadorian, he's Colombian, so neighbouring countries.
I like it. Here we go. Space starting to maybe open up, maybe a little bit of tiredness creeping in for both these teams, although the
wrong decision. Wrong decision.
Not quite good enough for that.
The first touch made him lose the advantage, and then he decided to go on the outside and
still have a corner though.
Slammed the door shut. Yeah, that was the best case scenario, really, a corner for De La Villa.
In by De La Villa. There's the header. It's flipped well wide in the end from Carlos Martinez. Yeah, just in that final third, the final ball, the final shot, they've just not been precise enough for Hernandez. Camilo Mena will look for his options here. Goes long. Just hugging that touchline there. Thumbs up. They like the idea. It's almost, it says, Colombia national team, really, isn't it? Playing for SXV. It's, with a few, obviously, as it mentioned, a Mexican play, mentioned...
well, it's one Mexican and one Saudi Arabian player.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
We've not seen the Saudi Arabian player come on to... Oh, actually, here he is, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Number 14.
Yeah. Now...
Captain's armband.
Into the fray.
Coming across now to defend De La Villa.
A bit too much pace on it. The mascot, they're getting involved. I like seeing the mascot. Is that a buzzy bee?
It's a bee.
Yeah, they haven't had enough sting in the final third. Hernandez, another one of many dad jokes from here all week. Now, secret card has been played by SXB. Could it be something like a penalty, which could really put them out of sight? Hernandez swung in, brought down. De La Villa, again, just under lots of pressure there. Now, referee comes across for the secret card. Let's see what it is.
Shootout.
Shootout there. Chance. Extend their lead.
Yeah, they've certainly got the players who can almost do a sort of Lofazo-esque kind of shootout. We saw him previously for the Boomers, converting his first shootout, it has to be said, and then later on unable to replicate that style on that presidential penalty, which was designated to him, and it is going to be their number 7. Diego Martinez already scored one. Can he get another? Well, the countdown begins. He has 5 seconds to get his shot away. 3, 2, 1. Will he score? We'll find out.
Oh, it's rolled away from him. It's rolled away from him. He was slightly unfortunate because he wanted to roll the ball with the underside of his boot, but it just came away from him and he tried to react. But yeah, do you know what Hernandez did there? Again, that's experience, a little bit of gamesmanship, maybe. They clocked it and then they pressed the button for their presidential penalty just about when that penalty shootout was going to be taken. So there was a light flashing inside the arena, and there was that alarm bell going off, and it maybe threw off Martinez ever so slightly.
Yeah, going back to what we were saying about Hernandez, that experience at this level and knowing how, a bit of gamesmanship they call it, don't they? Gamesmanship. So it still is hanging in the balance. It ain't over, and they've called their presidential penalty. Good time to call it, having sort of survived that scare and staying just with that 2-goal limit to just train still by the 2 goals. So this goes to 3-2. And he's got the baseball cap on, he's got the jersey on. What footwear though? I'm always interested in the footwear.
Casual trainers. See him walking across here to the goal in front of us.
Nice to see. Sportsmanship this time. No banter, no upping the ante.
Romero is not the best of penalty takers, but he's not the worst.
Here he goes.
Nah.
Well, yeah, listen, not the best of penalties. It comments itself, really, doesn't it? That speaks for itself, that penalty. Not really much that we need to say.
No, it's what we've been banging on about all week. It's the difference in having a good penalty taker, and that's probably going to help SXB a lot in this tournament.
Didn't even really sort of lift on it or power on it. Just
a lot of them struggled to get enough power on the ball.
Yeah.
There was just one today, the one that was struck on the post, the German.
Yes. Schaffsbrell, yeah.
That was probably the first one that really sort of lifted the ball and got
it still missed. That
power.
Was the thing,
yeah, struck the post.
Moving on, man. Thwarting out. Stopping there. So now, no more presidential penalties, no more secret cards, but we could have the potentially still a golden goal. For that to happen, Gigantes need to score twice and make it 3-3. And this is what you're saying also in the first set. They do tend to cancel each other out when it is 7v7, don't they, these two sides, because they're on a very level playing field, very even. It's an evenly matched game, very little really between the sides.
Right across ferociously by the La Villa.
It's that presidential penalty, Bruno, which really is making that difference that's taken SXB just that step close and open up that daylight between them and Gigantes. So it goes to what we've been saying quite rightly. Get a top man to take your presidential penalties. Come on. Not top lady, of course. We do also have the Queen's League, don't we?
Oh, no, yeah.
Massive shout out to the ladies of the game as well.
No, we used to have some female presidents in the male Kings League. In the Americas, you had Alana taking penalties for Ranita Mercedes Roa. I remember taking penalties for Kun Agüero, and very capable as well with their penalty taker.
No doubt about it. So far, we see spectacular turnaround. Or are we going to see SXB just bring home this win? Make that winning start. Victor Vidal again off his line, needs to maybe start taking a few more risks. We're going to the final 4 minutes before those final 2 minutes when goals will be worth double, or we'll have a golden goal depending on the final scoreline at the 38th minute. It's nicely done. That's a teasing ball. That really was good. Just needed attacking that near post. And maybe just taking a bit more of a gamble. We were saying maybe not risking enough in the final third.
Yeah, because De La Villa's doing a good job of getting down to the byline like a traditional old school wing, and he's putting those crosses in, and that's the avenue that they're exploring the most and finding the most joy down this right flank. So somebody needs to anticipate an attack, as you say, the near post. And they do have a target man. This player, Carlos Martinez, he's a big centre forward. So if De La Villa can find him, and that could be a good combo for Gigantes. Cross towards the far post again. That's what they were looking for. No header as the move continues. Run back by SXB on the counter. It's all a little bit scruffy.
Yeah, it is scrappy. Really is scrappy. And SXB now have that thought they were going to get there. In terms of possession, unsurprisingly, we've seen Gigantes dominate, really. Unsurprisingly, that they're chasing the game, and they're looking to make it a nervy finale and put the pressure back on SXB here. Can they get that shot away? They can get the shot away, but it's fired wide. And we continue to say it, Bruno, I'm being repetitive, and the Gigantes fans at home, the aficionados, be disappointed and say, please be quiet, Thomas, stop saying it. But just that final third, just not being good enough, not being clinical enough, need to do more. They still have time left, there is still opportunities ahead for them, but they need to start acting fast and doing more.
From Angelos Caro.
Lost it out on that occasion.
Ran into trouble there on the byline, the quick feet. Oh, that was an intelligent move from Capi, letting the ball run.
And now
it opens up.
Oh, disappointing, disappointing. That could have been the end of it. Oh, the space now really open. Now maybe now you can feel that Hinders know they need some urgency to their game, and SXP maybe want to just wrap it up and stretch that lead further. Victor Vidal. Rides that challenge really well on that far side. Albert Lopez. Clever.
Oh, that's very...
Oh, it's a penalty. Must be a penalty. Must be. Well, the referee for now has awarded a corner. For me, that was a penalty.
Do you know what? Linares isn't really complaining. That's the only thing that...
Okay.
That's the only thing that might make you feel like it's not a penalty. But Linares, it looks like there might be contact when you look at the replay. But he's not, as my gut instinct, he's not saying anything to the referee. It's surprising.
Well, it has been checked, of course, so there wasn't that contact that maybe we felt there was initially. So well done to the officials. Now Ortega towards that byline. Certainly there, star man, Paul Ortega. So now these final 30 seconds. Victor Vidal, get that shot away. Go on, son, still. And now
it's the race.
Open net.
That's in. It's in. It's in. It's 4-1 to SXP. Well, it was the risk they had to take, and we said if one of these passes is played short, it's anticipated, it's intercepted, then you're going to be susceptible to conceding that goal. And 4-1 just before the 38th minute, and it means, of course, that now they go into the last 2 minutes knowing that a goal from Gigantes is still not enough.
It's such a strong position. It's a great position to be in for them. Well done to Luis Moreno for the accuracy. Perfectly weighted, wasn't it? But listen, I can't fault Victor Vidal completely because he was right to try and force something, but at the same time...
had to do it.
But at the same time, you know, it comes with the territory, doesn't it?
It's going to happen, exactly.
Yeah. You know that if you do
You've read the terms and conditions.
Well said, well said. So now, Gigantes really have a mountain to climb. They 1 goal, 1 threat, as you said. They have also 6 period. Save all applies. Should they score, they would make it 6 for them as well. They're looking to get over the finishing line here. Sense after that, into final 2 minutes, that will be feeling extremely confident. Remind they came from a goal down, and they now lead 4-1 here. The countdown begins. The final 10 seconds for the coaches to get those instructions across, and then the lights will come on, the drop of the ball from the cage. Here we go, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They've got to get into their positions quickly, and the ball has been dropped. And we're back underway then, with Gigantes really now, just having to just go for it. Get that shot away, pull a goal back.
Oh, this could be it. This could be it.
It is in! 4-3! It's Ortega, their talisman, their go-to guy. The dream start for them, nightmare start for SXP. 4-3, get a goal, and Gigantes now lead. It's the excitement, the pure brilliance of this competition, of this game, that it is never over right until the very end. What a strike.
Well, they had to strike immediately. We said they needed 2 goals in these last couple of minutes. It's a goal a minute. Well, they've got the first one 20 seconds into it, and now some doubts could be creeping into SXP.
Oh, the complexion just changed of the game just like that. That's why it's such a great rule that goals are worth double. It's brilliant, just keeps us guessing, keeps it going, and that's potentially a great ball, but it's also a very good stop by Victor Vidal. And it could change who's going to be man of the match or not, you know. Who gets maybe the potential winner for Gigantes, or the goal that just takes SXP over the finishing line. Brilliant, just brilliant. They're full of confidence with their star man, their go-to guy, Ortega. Now, final 30 seconds of the 40 minutes. Oh, good stop. Stinging the gloves.
Throw in.
How on earth did he find that angle from there?
It's a hit, and what a stop as well. How much added time? That's what Gigantes want to know as well. How much time have they got left to really turn this game on its head. The final seconds now. 4 minutes, so they have the time.
The dream is alive for Gigantes.
Here we go.
They're going to continue to take gambles with Victor Vidal. I think they should, really.
You've got to. You've got to.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Got to. Oh, it just shows you can't take your eyes off the Kings League. Expect the unexpected. Results are in doubt right until the last second of the game. Victor Vidal again, quite rightly off his line. Sweeper keeper.
There we go, there's the space.
Ortega!
There's the space! Oh, it's another brilliant goalkeeper. Both of them have been so impressive. Camilo Mena with 2 huge saves in these last minutes.
2 in quick succession, as you were saying, Bruno. And they're still on the ball, Gigantes. They took it quickly, that corner. Victor Vidal again, and they get one of their players into that shooting position. They look to this man here once again, Ortega. Swept in his little slip. Could favour Gigantes. Here we go.
No.
Just here, wasting no time.
Okay.
And again, Victor Vidal. Options again, left and right, may go it alone. Oh! He does go it alone, Bruno. He does go it alone, Bruno.
Can you believe it? Victor Vidal, we said he had to take some risks to come forward, but we never would have imagined that he'd rifle it into the top corner in added time.
And they now lead. He made that error which we all thought had compromised the chances of Gigantes. And talk about redemption, talk about redeeming yourself. He has stepped up and produced an absolute blockbuster. And they now lead 5-4, 2 goals in these final 2 minutes to turn it around. And why is he now not in that MVP?
Put him in. Put him in. Change the rules.
Change it, please.
Wow.
Oh, well, breathless stuff. And the thing is, Bruno, what an exciting end, a climax to this game. But for the bulk of the game, it was very tight, cagey. Very, when it was 7v7. And it just shows the excitement of this competition.
Exactly. It shows that at one stage or another, it will finally break into an exciting game. And
Come on!
I mean, it's day 2, and we've witnessed magical moments, but it's just, I don't know what to say.
You're
because
speechless. For once, you're speechless.
No, because
for once, you're speechless.
never in a million years would I thought they could score 2 goals, and in the manner in which those goals came, Victor Vidal in the top corner. He's a goalkeeper.
He's a goalkeeper for me. But so far, that's the moment of the tour. So far, obviously, we've got plenty more, I'm sure. But so far, that has been the ultimate moment. It's not over, of course. It is not over yet. There's still a minute to go. SXP, should they score, they would then retake the lead and make it 6-5.
Look at Sean X-Boggs. He's seen this one too many times. It was heartache for them in Mexico. They were so unfortunate, and he's probably thinking, not again.
Not again. History repeating.
How have we not won this game? And hang on! They've almost nicked it again.
Oh, wow. Is there going to be another twist in the plot? You can't rule it out, seeing the way this game has gone. But you just feel the Victor Vidal strike. It is worthy of winning a game. Come on. So, in that sense, you think that is the perfect way, to cap it off?
It's a beautiful way to see a game end. A fight back in added time, 2 goals. And a goalkeeper curling and rifling a shot into the top corner to win it.
I need information at 4:30.
Ortega on course to be man of the match. Of course, he did give them hope with that goal, the first goal right away in those final 2 minutes. And they're almost there. Referee looks at his watch. We're still playing on 4 minutes of added time.
Keepers drops it.
Fouled, surely, the keeper there. And there it is, Bruno. There it is. The game of the tournament, the moment of the tournament so far.
I'll tell you what a moment to score that goal, because he's playing in front of Arnau Dinas, who is the goalkeeper, as we were saying, who just won the Champions League with PSG. Yes, he's the backup to Donnarumma, but he's in the PSG team. He's an Olympic gold medal winner in this very city against France just a year ago, and that will have impressed him, seeing Victor Vidal score the goal. all throughout the game, he's been comfortable with the ball at his feet. We saw him in the one-on-ones, the two-on-twos, how comfortable he was and how important he was to the way that Gigantes play their football, but he's come up drugged. He's the hero for them. I mean, the power with that shot is struck. It's power and placement. It's a remarkable strike from Victor Vidal. A very special moment, which I'm sure we'll remember in years to come when we look back at these Kings at the World Cup. And, well, it's day 2, and we've already been given this by this tournament. And just to think that there's so much that's still going to happen throughout the event. As Paul Ortega has been confirmed as the MVP, he scored a couple of goals to his name, continuing in his goal-scoring vein of form. So everybody has played their part in this win for Gigantes as Paul Ortega celebrates with the fans, making his way across to the touchline with our pitchside reporter. We're going to hear from him. I'm sure he's going to struggle to find the words to explain what happened out there on the field of play. Continues to receive the embrace from his teammates, but yes, we are going to step over now and hear from Paul Ortega.
Hi guys, here we go again, and we have one more MVP and one more jersey on Bazaar. But first of all, congratulations! How are you feeling right now?
Muchas gracias, lo primero de todo, y sobre todo es luchar hasta el final y seguir, porque este equipo va a dar mucho que hablar. Así que vamos, joder, vamos Gigantes!
Totally confident. So, let's send your jersey here. Here? Guys, don't forget that you can buy this shirt only on Bazaar app. Congratulations again. This shirt is exclusive and unique shirt. You can find this and others jersey on Bazaar app. So, get out your phone, get the app and get ready.
No sois los mejores, confío en vosotros al 100%. Es imposible que ese equipo nos gane, no, es que no nos van a meter ni un gol. Confío en vosotros, chavales, disfrutad mucho y vamos a ganar seguro. Estaremos viendo todos a la selección en la pantalla grande y disfrutar mucho. Venga, chavales.
Well, there is the wonder kid, the one I've got so many questions to ask him, because I know you follow him up close and personal. Bruno, with your work, of course, with La Liga. His team makes its debut tonight, and he gave a message ahead of kickoff. And he hopes, of course, Vidal can make a winning start here. Not easy, though, against Bersas. Far from it.
You see what he said there, not only, obviously, good luck to be sporty, but he said the whole Spanish national team, of course, they're all together for the Nations League encounter against France. He said, we're all going to be watching it on the big screen, so how about that? But pressure, lots of encouragement. They'll be looking to impress those players. So we don't know a great deal about La Capital. Look, they had tryouts in Mataró, in the region that Lamine Yamal is from, just to the north of Barcelona. So they had those tryouts there. They put this team together, so we don't know too much about them. Jordi Gano, as they say, has just been promoted to the third tier of Spanish football with Europa, which is the first historical club in the city of Barcelona. He scored 13 goals in that division. That's not an easy thing to do. So he's going to be somebody to look out for there against Bersas, who are from Peru, playing the Kings League America. They reached the final in the most previous edition of the competition. So experience against the Wildcards, new team.
Not very much like the experience of Inter against the youthful exuberance and talent of PSG. We'll see if it's a 5-0 defeat or not. We'll see what the scoreline will be as we are underway here. Lamine Yamal's team, La Capital against Bersas. And they're already just looking, playing with that jersey as well, talking about beautiful jerseys, and this could be an early opportunity. It is, of course, an early opportunity, but it's saved by the wall himself.
Monterde, do you know who's missing from Bersas? Someone that you really like, Obed Martinez.
Listen, I know. Listen, I knew about this, and those who obviously were with us with the Kings World Cup nations, everyone, all of the team. Another shout out to Patrick, Kendrick, and someone. Everyone had a fair play. Mine was Obed Martinez, so I'm gutted not to see him here as his. Oh wow! I don't want to say his replacement, but certainly his team stepping up right away. And I love that shot as well of that goal that was taken, and it's one of their. Can you say star players?
It could be one of his replacements.
Yes,
yeah. Who's come in as one of those emergency loans, as we're calling it. He plays in the Kings League in Brazil with Real Elite, where he scored 15 goals, but he's come in for this tournament because there's no Obed Martinez. John Palacios is another one who's come in at the final hour, the 11th hour, I could say, having left Chamos, the team, the Venezuelan outfit, to come in for Bersas. But yes, they will be missing Obed Martinez. You say top quality. I remember him winning the Kings League Americas with Ranita, where he was very much the standout player just a year ago.
Oh, and he was with Mexico as well. Just such a talented player, as this guy's proving himself to be a very talented player. His relatively early goal, it's not as good as some of the goals we've seen so far, not as quick as the goal we saw from Bolt a few months ago in just 2 seconds, the Brazilian player. But Davi Eladio splitting the teams. There's now 3v3. Jimenez off his line here and looking to replicate what we saw from Victor Vidal in the previous game. Of course, maybe not necessarily the game of the tournament in terms of the most exciting, but certainly one of the moments of the tournament. I mean, the game maybe would have been maybe the Furia against Sports in terms of the overall package.
In terms of excitement.
Yeah, exactly.
What I was trying to say, where I couldn't find the words, it's just that it's day 2 of day 14, and we've already been given that moment. I'm sure we're going to have a lot more of those kind of moments in the tournament, but incredible scenes, and it's really sort of set us up very nicely for this final fixture on day 2.
Oh, you can say that again. So much excitement about this one. And maybe the La Capital, as you were saying, and with your translation of what Lamine Yamal was saying, everybody watching on. So no pressure, lads, no pressure. You've got the likes of Lamine Yamal all watching.
Nico Williams.
Yeah, I was just saying Nico Williams. Yeah, so some players who know how to play football. Let's put it that way.
Dean Howson.
Wow. Juventus, what are they doing? Letting him go. It's proving to be a real... Is he confirmed gone to Real Madrid?
Confirmed.
Well, there you go. And is that... Oh, wow. But I think...
It was offside.
Yeah, the arm was up anyway.
But it was a wayward shot from Jordi Cano, the player that we were looking out for the build-up to the game.
Throw in. So throw in. Little glimpse of the presidential booth. Just behind the scenes, a presidential lounge as well for our president. So before games, maybe after games, just a chance to unwind a bit or relax. And in terms of those more relaxed, it'll be Persas and their fans. I've seen a few Peru flags as well, you know. In fact, there's one just behind the goal. Now, La Capital looking to get an equaliser. We are now 5v5 with the passing of a minute. A player comes on until we have 7v7. So that'll be from the 5th minute.
This is what they call the escalada in Spanish, which we were talking about.
Yes, thank you, yeah.
This is sort of the scaling up.
Yeah,
we go from 1 to 2 to 3, that ladder that we go up until we reach 7.
There you go, there you go. It's short. Keep an eye on the number 77 just bursting into the box there. It was Jordi Cano. Is it Jordi Cano? Is that the...
Yeah, Jordi Cano.
There you go, there you go. Sometimes I should have more belief in myself. I should
Absolutely,
just try a little bit, just have more confidence. Anyway, this time it's swung in, it's not played short. Different tactic that time from La Capital from the flag.
Going for the Olímpico again.
Gol Olímpico, I like that. I've seen plenty in recent years, in Serie A at least anyway. Goes back to the fact that it was actually scored in a game which was played in the Olympics, hence the reason why it's called the Gol Olímpico. If I'm not mistaken, a game between Uruguay and Argentina in the Olympics in the start of the 20th century. As that, that was just miskick there from the man we just been speaking about a few minutes ago, Jordi Cano. Just snatched at it, maybe again. I think maybe with La Capital, I think being outside making it its debut, it's natural that they're going to have a bit of jitters, a bit of nerves, and have to settle and get accustomed to the rules. Even though, of course, there are plenty of opportunities to watch the Kings League via our YouTube channel, for example, via Twitch. But that's the thing. I don't want to say there's no excuses, but you know, a minimum standard you do expect now. It's not like it's a brand new competition that no one really has ever played.
And these guys, look, they're all young from Barcelona. The Kings League is played in Barcelona in Spain, so it's very present there. And a lot of these will be following it. They'll know a lot of the people playing in it, so it's not something that's completely alien to them.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now,
that's very nice from Jordi Cano.
So good.
Forward junior, Jordi Cano. Just stayed behind him.
Now, opportunity to take it away for David Hilario. Still going. That was brilliant. Talk about end-to-end stuff, and now end-to-end stuff. Now La Capital. It just wasn't threaded through with perfect accuracy. Look at this. The team's really stretched, you know. Really stretched here.
Almost. With a run from Jade Arias, another player who won that championship with Marranita last year. He was in the squad with Obed Martinez.
Yeah. No, I had a bit of a man crush on Obed Martinez back at the Kings World Cup Nations. He was so impressive, just the way he played, and I've said that iconic sort of Mexico jersey as well, with those shorts and the socks. It's just brilliant, just brilliant. But anyway, focus back to Persas now, just trying that little back heel there, and now opportunity on the break. Guevara, has he won the foul? He has. I think that's a good call from the referee. Good call indeed, and it's a good position. It's certainly striking distance to go for goal here. It's well won by Guevara. Just to our right, we've got the La Capital fans with their flags, which are being waved, and the Peruvian supporters in front of us.
I think a lot of people will be backing La Capital because Lamine Yamal, despite being a Barcelona player, which means that a lot of people who've got affinity towards Real Madrid don't generally tend to like Barcelona players, but I think he's a very much liked player around the world because of how excitement and how special,
and how he rose,
and how special he is,
and how he rose to the top as well.
Exactly.
And his story as well. Starting out on the streets, wasn't it? That's how he started to become such a classy player. Now, here he goes, Diego Almeida straight into the wall, playing on the shot there. Off the bar. What a hit! So unlucky, and very nearly cancelling out the goal from David Hilario, and his goal continues to split the teams then, and he's, with his 15 goals, actually shared second place in the Kings League Brazil scoring just with Kelvin Oliveira and Duglinha.
Well, it's only right, isn't it, that a player on La Capital looked to curl the ball into the top corner,
yes.
a la Lamine Yamal.
I like that, I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk already starting to compare him to the likes of Leo Messi. It's still very early days, but from what we've seen so far, then obviously the signs are very promising. But of course, let's not put too much.
Yeah, that's the only worry.
Yeah, put too much responsibility on him early on, as Kun Agüero tries to get that shot, which he does. But the fact that what he's doing so far, it is promising. But again, still very, very early days. And he's only 17, I think it was 17.
Yeah. He started the last Euros at 16 and finished them at 17.
Yeah. It's great to have him involved in this ever-expanding project that is the Kings League. A side that are currently 1-0 down, a born winner that he is. He'll want to see his team turn the situation around and wipe out that goal and cancel out the goal by Davi Hilario, the Brazilian playing for Persas. We just mentioned that goal-scoring record alongside Kelvin Oliveira inspired Brazil to the Kings World Cup Nations back in January, getting ahead of Colombia. A lot of Colombia players in that XSB side, as that nearly trickled in as well. And go back to what you've always been saying, have a shot, it can go anywhere.
It was a wicked deflection and it caught the goalkeeper, who was some way off the line, and he had to backpedal. It was Manuel Jimenez who tried to get back. It almost stunned him.
Played short here by Persas. Here he is, that number 10. Davi Hilario! Oh! How about that? And they're applauding quite lightly. Very nearly a second.
Hilario is straight away, you can also see got something about, and that was very Lamine Yamal as well, the way that his body went to the right and then back to the left. He sort of danced with the defender and sent him a couple of yards to the other side and tried to curl it into the top corner. So there is quality on display in this game.
Quality, indeed, it is that. Very good at always finding that right adjective, Bruno. That's quality we just saw there, personified. Just curling just wide, very nearly a second goal for Persas, who continue to lead here. They, of course, survive that scare. Julian Alvarez with that curling strike rattling off the crossbar. Now Persas at the other end, just keeping the ball. I really do like that jersey. Obviously, it's a nod to the Peru kit with that famous sort of red stripe. Of course, also River Plate-esque as well.
Rayo Vallecano in Spain.
Rayo Vallecano as well, of course.
Which, of course, Rayo is a sort of a lightning bolt, so it sort of illustrates that.
Makes complete sense, and that's trickled wide in the end from John Palacios, not to be confused with Rodrigo Palacio, who played, of course, for Argentina, Inter. And there is actually a Toma Palacios.
Very well connected.
Yeah, who plays, well, he's an Inter player, but he spent the second half of the season on loan at Monza, an Argentinian. So don't get confused, you guys at home. Now picked up then in the middle of the park by Arias.
Very distinctive hairstyle, didn't he?
Oh yes, yeah. Some would say the most annoying, and
he was kind of balding, but then the little
El trenza.
Yeah, the trenza at the back.
Yeah. Another one who he's unfortunately played for Inter in a real difficult spell, transition phase, so he didn't win anything with Inter. Obviously lost that World Cup final to Germany in 2014. I think he and Higuain had some good opportunities.
Definitely Higuain did, yeah.
Yeah, but it just wasn't to be for Argentina. Obviously, it mattered good, so with that, it wasn't an extra time winner.
Extra time, yeah.
I'd say golden goal, but it wasn't a golden goal. It was an extra time winner for Die Mannschaft, and we've had confirmation by our German colleagues that Die Mannschaft is a term that they don't really use that much actually in Germany, but universally, internationally, it's an accepted term for the German sides. But anyway, let's focus back in to Persas against La Capitale.
There's a sloppy pass towards Hilario. Couldn't keep it in play. It was Kevin Balles who tried to play it out from the back.
Yeah. Capitale, the following the footsteps of the likes of Ultimate Mostoles and Gigantes, and it takes a big deflection. It's out for a corner, and continue to fly the flag for the Spanish teams.
Yeah, they've managed to prevail in a couple of games, the Spanish teams, where Gigantes, who obviously we just saw, who probably should have lost that game. There was another one, I can't remember now off the top of my head, the Spanish side that just about got through. Porcinos, that's right, yeah.
Whereas Ultimos, as we were saying,
Ultimos was more comfortable.
We were saying that for them it was quite. How can we say? They were toying with. They could have done more, but they didn't need to, so they just kept things going. Listen, I was going to say and have a chat a little bit about Fortnite, especially we had a little bit of downtime, a bit of a lull there, and we've got lots of downtime, as of the players over the course.
We've got it on our phones as well.
Of the next 2 weeks, and I know, Bruno, you're more Battle Royale in terms of the different.
You know me. You know me.
Yep, you love a bit of Battle Royale because you're a big wrestling fan from the 90s as well.
Everyone against everyone.
Whereas there are other options. I'm trying to convert you to either Reload or Ballistic, and for us nostalgic types as well, there's the OG option as well. So grab your duo, just like us, we're a duo, and we'll jump in. The link's in the chat, so make sure you get on and have a go with Fortnite. And these players, I know, in their downtime, they've got to unwind a bit, so why not get on, play a bit of Fortnite. You can play online. We can play, you and I, Bruno, and I'd like to have a play against Lamine Yamal, personally, if he's up.
Oh, you might be. You know, sometimes he
might
have a different name on there, and you don't know you're actually playing against Lamine Yamal. That's what happens.
Ah, nice. That's a good point.
A lot of these youngsters are on there.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we are, trying to get closer to the Generation Z, the next generation, us millennials / boomers, and we're trying our very best here.
Stop trying to put us into that boomers category. Proud millennials.
Fair enough. Proud 90s kids. How about that? We settle on that. We can settle on that.
Exactly.
And back with the keeper here, taking a bit of a lull, which is why I mentioned Fortnite. Can it now explode back into life here as we go towards those final 2 minutes of the first one. We're going to have the roll of the dice, which could change things and open things up, certainly. For Persas, they're back on the ball here, just trying to protect it there, and that's a little bit risky. But they've gotten away with it, and they've seemed to just playing their way out of trouble. There's just no booting it up the field. There's no old school English football, just hit and hope and try and hit the target man. Far from it.
And it was John Balaftas there who looked very comfortable on the ball. Actually plays as the centre forward, but there he was more of a defensive position, and they need to try and get this man back on the ball because David Ladio had got off to a very good start. Look, there he is again, leaving a couple of players in his wake.
He's on that ball. He's such a tricky customer. We just mentioned about the JD roll of the dice. We have Gerard Romero, the Antes FC, with Arnau Tenas, the goalkeeper, of course, of PSG, who's in the house as well, fresh from being and crowned Champions League winner, European champion. So who's going to be the Kings World Cup Clubs champion? We've seen certainly signs look to lay down an early marker. Furia really impressed me so far. The Brazilian outfit, I like what I saw from FC Zeta as well. Of course, a little soft spot for the Italian sides for obvious reasons, following Serie A, living in Italy. I know, obviously, for you, Bruno, some of the Spanish sides naturally, obviously because of the proximity to Spain, but also a lot of the Kings League Americas.
I like a lot of the Americas teams, yeah, because I've done a lot of commentary on them. And they've got a bit of a soft spot for them. But watching United play today, I'm excited to see them going forward. I want to see them play a bit more and see them when they play against one of the top teams from Brazil or from Spain. Look, no disrespect to the Italian side boomers, but I would like to see them against the Brazilians and against the Spaniards and see what they can do.
Now into that final few moments before those final 2 minutes, again rescued by the frame of the goal there.
Glad. It was a Lofazo-esque step over onto the left, and the keeper touched it just about enough on better than the wall. No way through Il Muro.
Absolutely. Again, what a let-off for Persas for the second time in this game. We saw the crossbar rattled earlier by Alvarez. We're now into his final 10 seconds, and then Mouad Louraoui sending his shot against the post, and the time is up. Roll of the dice then, the JD roll of the dice. And And again, here we expect things to open up, and this could be a big turning point in the fixture. It's just Arnau in the end.
Oh no, there's Golazo as well.
He is there, he is there. There you go.
Popped out of the shadows, didn't he?
There you go, with those glasses as well, and that dark t-shirt. He just popped up in the nick of time. There he is. Love it.
That's a proper throw from Arnau. Surely, I can't believe it.
4 from 4, Bruno.
I can't believe
4
it.
from 4. 4 from 4.
Someone have a look at that dice.
4 from 4. So it means 1v1. Well, you know that. I've said it 4 times. Across the afternoon, or rather the evening. It's been almost 11 p.m. here. We're in Paris, of course. La Capitale obviously learns from the other teams how to the best strategy to approach this 1v1, these final 2 minutes. Plenty of space. We do expect goals then. As that cage is lifted up. It's iconic, isn't it? Iconic. Kingsley, that cage. The drop of the ball.
We didn't get to but there's an interesting thing about Bersas is that they've got a woman manager, a woman head coach in Gabriela Batocletti.
Good Italian, Batocletti.
Yeah, Batocletti, yeah. She's Mexican, if I'm not wrong, and it's nice to see. Well, here we go.
Here he is, here he is. Here he is. Moscow! Yes. Oh, yes. Si. A brilliant brace. Can he put the footsteps of Lionel and get a hat-trick? Comes off quickly. They know the rules. They know how to play this best. Brilliant stuff from him. Kept his cool after a lung-bursting run. Not easy, is it, Bruno, after racing almost the full length of the pitch.
Oh, and he had to finish with his weaker right foot as well. Look, they've got him. Jane Anies is a feisty defender who's trying to steer Moad wide. He's ended up winning back the ball. Yaid, he's just relentless in his defending and his pressing. He's done his job, comes off, and now it's time for Ilandia to try and do his part.
Brilliant. Really smart play from Persas. We didn't see it maybe from the attention from the Boomers, leaving Golazo on for defensive duties. Now, he's on a hat-trick here. Can he get it?
Just about.
He stayed on his feet. He stayed on his feet.
Yeah.
Such a tricky customer, isn't he? Here he goes.
Don't let him get onto the left.
Here he is.
On his left foot, but that was a bit of a scuffed finish.
But as you quite rightly pointed out, better to get that shot and it goes out behind, chance to come off. Yeah, either way, whether it's out or in the back of the net, better than just keeping it there for the play, then spring forward on the break with all that space.
Bouba Junior, first goal for La Capitale. Their first ever goal as a club. It's being forward by Lamine Yamal. And it's Bouba Junior who's achieved that status, scoring that goal. So 2-1.
Yeah, it will always go down as a historic goal for them. Their first ever in the Kings League. Will it, though, be an important goal in terms of the outcome of this fixture, maybe sparking a turnaround? Of course, only time will tell. With the 2 minutes up, we're now into the added time. And Persas immediately restore that 2-goal lead. Nice twisting and turning here from Celada. I beg your pardon, Perez. And it's straight out, and the referee looks at his watch. We still have time left. There is still time left on the clock.
It's going to be one more attack for Persas with Chuy Perez.
Yep.
Against Almeida. Well blocked by slipped. Maybe he could have got on that ball and run away into the empty space, but the referee saying not going to check the free kick, and it's going to be the half-time whistle.
Now maybe we'll hear from Gabriela Batocletti and Arnaud Jariot. Let's try and listen in at the break then, with Persas leading 2-1.
not really much to take away from it because it was tactical talk towards his players. Didn't really hear a great deal from the Footballistas dugout, so we didn't get too much information from that half-time interval.
I think may have spotted.
It looked like Obed, didn't it? Obed Martinez
on the crutches,
and very much leading the half-time team talk.
Yeah, so that's good to see. Showing that moral support. We have seen that as we see the header. We see actually Paulo Dybala in recent weeks for Roma, travelling with the team home and away despite obviously not being out since March. And it is nice to see those sort of senior players and those high-profile figures continuing to show their support for the team, as what we, well, I believe anyway, I'm pretty sure, and picked him out together there, even though he can't naturally be showing his flashes and his glimpses of brilliance out on the pitch, but he can certainly help out Gabriele Batocletti and the rest of the Persa squad. And Julian is down. He was the one that rattled the crossbar in the first half. We're now in the second, the final 20 minutes. Clock has currently been stopped, just allow Alvarez to either get some treatment, which I think he is going to do right now, get a bit of treatment here. A little immediate break. We've only just started.
We are
another break in play. It's going to be a little check here. There's a few question marks from the La Capitale players suggesting it was there a foul a few moments ago. Initially, my gut instinct was no, but maybe something that didn't spot or didn't see first time around, and this is what is being checked.
There.
Just a few moments before, I think. Here, was he pushed? Yeah, fouled.
Well, in the process.
In the process of before that making that header,
yeah. Not sure really that I saw too much that. Well, I definitely didn't see anything in the replay. Maybe they showed us a little bit earlier, but it doesn't give you the feeling that there was too much going on inside the penalty box.
See. Okay.
Okay.
So I called the I called the review.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Is he going to?
I called the review, huh? Okay.
Oh wow. We are going to have on-field review then.
Well, that must mean that
please,
the replay that we saw wasn't the one that they were seeing in the VAR room.
Absolutely.
Please take outside.
You know, more
take
often
outside
than not, this means
it's
off the ball. It's off the ball. That's the issue.
No problem. Now we check.
Yeah, the arm's outstretched. That's got to be a straight red. For me, anyway, Bruno. Look at this.
One.
Is there a lot of contact there? That's the question.
This is number.
But yeah, as you
But
say.
it's the intent, though, isn't it? It's the intent to raise the arm.
Yeah.
This is number 4. This is the Manuela, el 4. El 4.
The confirmation of the number.
Oh, this could be match defining.
We saw it, didn't we? Miami against Bolsino. That changed the game.
Confermami il numero. Confermami il numero.
Just waiting. He wants confirmation. Who was the one?
I'm waiting for the number.
I'm
waiting for the number. Okay.
Who committed that foul?
Might want another angle.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they.
I wait to know where is it.
Seem to have the other angle available.
Number 8. Number 8. Okay. Thank you.
Perez with the arm.
Troy Perez, yeah.
Oh no. Yeah.
The view's blocked by Montero.
You can go.
It is a straight red. It is a straight red. The arm was outstretched. It was the intent. It was aggressive. It was uncalled for, and we got there eventually with the replays that confirmed it. Troy Perez, 5 minutes suspension. He will play no part in Perez's next game. The second player to be given a straight red card in this tournament.
It's a remarkably daft decision when you've come all the way from Mexico to Paris. You get yourself sent off for that. You might not, I mean, you play 20 minutes. You might come all the way here just to play 20 minutes. You're not going to be available in the next game. I mean, he'll probably be regretting that one on his way into the changing rooms. But it's a daft, stupid decision there from Troy Perez.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
Not just because of what it means for your team for the rest of the game, but for yourself.
Yeah, individually.
Ruins your trip.
Yeah, individually.
Trip that he was really looking forward to.
Yeah, individually. Collectively, it really complicates matters for Persas, who have to hang on for now a little over 4 minutes before they can bring on another player. Really plays into the hands of La Capitale, who now have obviously a have a numerical advantage, first of all, and it looks like a secret card has been called, and it's from Persas, so looking to maybe hit back right away. Maybe it's a straight penalty. I'm not sure what it is, but we'll find out very soon.
What's that? Star player. Star player for who?
David Hilario, 10.
Star player for number 10.
This is the thing we've been talking about yesterday, the star player, though. Which has to be really called at half-time.
Who have they gone for as the star player? Well, of course, the number 10, David Hilario.
Yeah, unsurprisingly. So to explain the star player to those who are new to the Kings League, basically, a goal scored by Hilario would be worth double, and then once he scores, or should he score, should I say, then that armband mistake when the power hits off, and again, the frame of the goal. It's the second time he's hit the woodwork.
He's got a good strike. He's got a good left foot, Julian. I think Montero touched that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Ball again.
Indeed, and what a hit. So it's the third time now overall that Persas have been bailed out by the woodwork, and Alvarez be disappointed. They're now looking to hit back with their secret card. Now goals of double. So for Hilario, his goal will be of double. Now like we have 4 minutes to score, and in this 4 minutes, should they score, their goals would be worth double. 4 minutes then to do just that. So a quick fire, rapid fire in terms of the secret cards being played down under 4 minutes before Persas can have another player back.
They waited a minute of the red card.
Good call, yeah.
Simply to go down, because that's a minute they've wasted against 6 players.
True. Again, maybe that little bit of inexperience, perhaps. Maybe just a little bit of inexperience from La Capitale, making their debut in the Kings League format. They are trailing by just a single goal, however. Made their secret card, so should they score, it's 4 minutes, it would be worth double. All goals scored in the next 4 minutes would be worth double. They need to get their skates on, they need to step things up.
Here we go.
It's going to be tense, isn't it? A bit argy-bargy.
Trying to draw another red card out of the referee. Then Montero going down a little bit too easily.
Yeah.
I don't want, never seen similar things, okay? Go.
That happens a lot, doesn't it, in professional football as well. When you're down to 10 men, you try and get that red card out of the opposition, try and make it 10 against 10.
Yeah, listen, I was lucky to get away without a booking there, to be honest, because it is passionate running in like that. But the referee spared him a yellow card, as that's played across the face of the box there.
Ball from Jordan Buchanan.
Oh, brilliant ball. Teasing ball. Right where you want it. Still, though, not able to make the most of their numerical advantage. But you're right, why not play that card right away? Because, of course, the coaches know what their card is. That's the whole point. Of course, it's secret to us watching at home, but of course, they know their card. That's the whole point where the strategy side comes into play, of course, and why it's so important when you play it, how you play it, the time you play it. Now, Jordan Buchanan again, twisting, turning, looking to cause some issues here, cause some problems, and it's this man again who's Mr. Unlucky so far with his strikes.
No, yeah, he definitely backs himself to shoot from outside the box at any chance possible. Julian looks to connect one of those shots, but he's been very lucky to be denied. When it's not the wall, it's the woodwork behind him.
He's still in possession here. Nice ball in. Now Jordi Cano assessing his options. Now from the right to left. Oh, beautiful, cheeky little touch. Oh, we have a penalty here. We're not. He's awarded a corner on that far side, but it may be checked, or will it? They're waiting. I think the players are just waiting here to know that.
I think he might have got the ball.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. The referee again was really well placed as well to make that call. Jordi Cano again, stepping inside, still blocked, good block. Continue to hang on, don't they? But less than a minute just to hang on, and then we'll be back to 7v7. Oscar. Diego Almeida. Jordi Cano once again. Tricky customer, isn't he? Really cool on the ball. As is that man there, Julian Alvarez.
30 seconds left. They can have to get a few shots away.
Yeah.
Like here, for instance, that's a good idea from Almeida. And again, 25 seconds, the clock is counting down. Afterwards, you can try and play a bit more football, but now just get shots away, get them away.
Not been able to use that secret card,
Julian, go for it. That's all right. Look, it spun off the ground. You never know. You could have spilt it. Someone follows up.
So on that occasion, you know, the sting was taken out of the shot, but how many times have we seen it just wrong foot the keeper, spiral into the back of the net, or fall kindly for a teammate? Look at this from their star player. And then the arm does go up on Hilario. Was he hurt himself as well? This would be concerning. Top man, their top boy, their top number 10.
You want to go outside?
He was quite smart as well there.
Stop the time when I call lead or when they're inside the doctor, okay?
Come on the pitch to make sure that the game was stopped.
Clock has been stopped, and we'll get going. We'll resume then. This is our fourth and final fixture, Bruno, from day 2 of the Kings World Club Cup. With a shot coming in, and it was struck really well, fizzing strike, but unfortunately for Jean Benet, he went wide of the goal, much to relief, of course, of the Persas keeper. He may be caught into action again now. Will this be the moment? Oh, it isn't.
It's not going to fall for Julian.
Doesn't seem to be happening, does it, for him this evening?
That was maybe the clearest one that he had.
Strangely, it was, you're right.
It opened up for him. There was a bit of a clear route to goal. Oh, so close from Julian.
So close. Good news for Persas. Gabilario okay to continue. He's still out on the pitch there. Star player with that green armband. Should he score? His goal would be worth double, and then once that happens, obviously the armband is taken off, and the power, shall we say, is wiped out. Hoping he can get them that goal. He's on a hat-trick, of course, as well. Let's not forget. Joint little goal. Hat-trick heroes in this Kings World Cup Clubs.
Ooh, that could have been not only a foul, but a card. As Junior was held back as he looked to counter. The referee didn't think there was a foul.
Oh, wow, close range. Just couldn't apply that finishing touch.
Donovan Martinez.
It was close, wasn't it? He was ghosting in on that far post. But again, at the other end, it's now La Capital in possession, surviving a scare of their own. And they're still in, it's still 2-1. That's got to be a foul, of course. I think we knew what was doing there, Kevin Val. There's a professional fouls. Let's call it.
That's the yellow card. If you ask the yellow card, I give you the same. Go. Please go. Go. Make space.
Players, I think it's good for a yellow card.
I think saying I'll give you a booking if you don't keep that mouth shut. That was the message. Of course, only the captain's really designated player can actually speak to the referee. Now La Capital looking to make it 2-2.
He should have played that one across Moad. Ariel waiting. And, well, they had two options. Could have cut it back or drilled it across the box, and wrong decision there.
I think he did. He did. Of course, got confirmation of the wrong decision with the outcome, of course. So it's confirmed there. Alive and kicking. 50-50 ball. Martinez had that chance just a few moments ago. He's lost out on that occasion. They're coming forward here, trying to get numbers forward as well. Diego Almeida, not afraid to shoot. Jean Benet onto that left boot. And Well, less said about the shot in the end, the better.
No, yeah, he tried the right thing, Dramene. He actually looks like a good player. I think some of these players from La Capitale are starting to get a feel for the game, and I think they're better than what they've shown. You see Ariel, Joan Bennett, Moad, Bubba Jr., Julian especially as well, looks very, very good. I think it's a team that if you give them more playing time, but maybe there isn't that chance, then it could be an impressive side as Julian comes forward again. Julian, oh, how many shots has he had?
Yeah, sort of progressively going further and further off target, unfortunately, for him after those cracking strikes earlier for the number 7. But again, he's not afraid to keep having a go. If we thought about maybe getting the advantage, it wasn't really coming, so halting the play, and it's a chance for Peppers just to regroup here after sort of soaking up that pressure, weathering that little storm. We're now into the final 10 minutes, final 8 minutes plus there's 2 minutes in which goals, as things stand, should the scoreline be this way, in the 38th minute will be worth double. They're coming forward here. La Capitale. John Bennett, still nicely done. Can he find a teammate? That's the question.
Oh, he's definitely growing into this game, Joan Bennett. You can see he's a special talent.
Now Almeida with the throw. Alvarez just took his arm for the ball there, just Joan Bennett, but he's got a throw in on this near side. So just thinking, Bruno, for now every wild card that's played, they've already lost all their matches. Just thinking of the situation so far when it comes to the wild cards.
Rash. 7. More. SXB, of course.
Yeah. La Capitale on course to potentially also join those. Just
Good sports, of course, are also Wildcard.
Yeah, just what just sprung to my mind. And, tomorrow we'll see Jinx FC play against Endena FC. The Wildcard. Now, is this the moment? Struck really well, just couldn't keep it down though.
Well, there's a big group of fans here. Some of them have got the shirts and the flags, but there are others who are neutrals.
Yeah.
They're clearly supporting La Capitale.
It's got to be because of Lamine Yamal, surely.
It's got to be of Lamine, but also I think they're a fun team to watch. They're all sort of young group of players. Most of them are quite talented, as another shot is saved. But look, they're knocking at the door incessantly here. It's the keeper or the woodwork that's keeping them out. But the talk about teams that drop into the losers pool tomorrow, this is a team that you'd be worried facing, knowing that your life depends on having to beat them.
Absolutely, that's the thing. And then, of course, there's that, to continue to talk about the Swiss system, which the Kings League adopts, is then that last chance saloon, that last chance opportunity, which you said that you can sense the tension in the arena when that happens. That really is make or break moment as it's palmed away, an opportunity to spring forward. Jordi can he get on the end of it? The answer is no.
He's caught back out of there. His attempts to hunt down that ball, Jordi Cano.
What do you want exactly?
Got a presidential penalty, and it's going to be for La Capitale.
Yeah, they need that right now. They need it. They weren't able to really make the most of their secret card, their numerical advantage, obviously. They really need something right now. Really need this to be converted. Of course, we still have obviously that. Of course, Hilario still has obviously his green armband on as well.
I whistle the fall for you. I whistle the fall for you.
They're obviously complaining a little bit about that red card from the first half.
Guys, it's a normal play. Don't take it. Don't take it.
It's not quite been accepted, for want of a better word. Now here he is. Look at that, number 9, La Cobra, with a wicked kid, isn't it? That's a stunning jersey, isn't it?
He's the co-president of the team, alongside Lamine Yamal.
Looking to get the better of Monterde in the Bersas goal. Here he goes. need this moment, don't they, Bruno? Really need to get that equaliser. He's got the number 9, has he got the finish of a world-class number 9? He's got the great boots on, the Adidas boots.
Good posture as well.
Good posture, good confidence, hand on the hips, that's good. That's good body language, positive body language. Is it a positive finish?
Oh, what a penalty.
Finally.
The Cobra spitting venom. Wow, yes. Capital on 2-2. That was a very good, well, if he's pals of Lamine Yamal, he obviously knows how to play football.
This Cobra has bite indeed. It was a venomous strike, as you were saying, Bruno, and it makes it 2-2. The flags are waving, the flags are out here for La Capitale.
You can imagine Lamine Yamal watching that from the camp with the Spanish national side and celebrating.
Yes. I wish I was there fly on the wall for that. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? To see what those La Roja players are saying right now, their reaction to that penalty. And it is 2-2 going into this final 4 minutes before those final 2 minutes when goals at the stick. Could be a golden goal unless someone gets that third goal, whether for Bersas or La Capitale. Plus, of course, to have that presidential penalty, which could potentially be a winner as the shot goes in and it trickles just wide. John Palacios having a go.
Also, I've seen Zayn take a few penalties.
Yeah. You can't obviously see what Bruno is doing, but it's a little shake of the head. So not much confidence in the
he's not one of the top-tier presidents.
No. Swung in there by Ilario. I was not seeing Ilario actually in the box, really.
In fact, I will say there have been many times when he's opted not to take the penalty. One of his players take a shootout, so let's see what he goes for.
Yeah, could do that for maybe Ilario, you know, why not? He seems the one for me that could step up to the mark and have the confidence and potentially score what would be, not to say the winner, but put them in a strong position going into his final 2 minutes.
Positive football again there from Buba Jr.
Yeah, I think you also summed up really well, Bruno, that they've certainly grown into the contest like Capitale.
Oh, yeah, you can see a lot of these players. Obviously, they've gone through a trial. They've selected the pick of the bunch. You can see a lot of them are good footballers.
Jordan Dicano just looking to take it away. The rushing Bersas player there. Yeah, when you think, the fact that you've got someone like Lamine Yamal watching on that's obviously that comes with lots of pressure, of course, but at the same time also a real thing. Well, if I can impress Lamine Yamal, I'm not saying I'm going to go on and play for Barcelona, of course.
No, but it could sort of it's a real boost your tyres to see Lamine Yamal thinking highly of you.
Yeah, boost that ego, absolutely. Why not? And of course, we have lots of contacts as well, so why not think about maybe playing professionally somewhere? Why not? Now Diego Almeida.
Good strength.
Just muscled off the wall there by Lawrence Lonsdale. And here he is, their man, their star player, their number 10.
Look at that pace. Look at that pace. Jordi Cano.
Still.
He's looking for his left foot. He just couldn't find a way to get it on the left. And once it was on his right and there was no angle, you just knew he was going to hook at that shot.
Yeah, you sensed it was not going to be, and it wasn't in the end for him. We could very much, could have the golden goal situation. We could have the golden goal situation.
As close as we have been.
Yeah. But there's that presidential penalty, of course. There's that.
Yeah.
And they've got to call it soon, though. We're into the final minute. Now, shot comes in. Oh, it was in. It was well wide.
That was Scar.
Yeah.
Alebour.
They've got to play it. They've got to play it. Don't tell me they're not going to play it and they're going to forget. He's hovering over that button. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to spot any kind of movement in the Bersas dugout in the technical area. We're into the final 30 seconds. Press that button, guys. Come on. Surely.
It does get you anxious, doesn't it?
I'm nervous. We're in the final 20 seconds. You can't play it in the final 2 minutes. You can't. You just can't. Long throw.
No. Oh, you tease.
Just in the nick of time. Just in the nick of time, Bruno. Well, I was getting worried. I was really getting worried there.
Is he going to come down? Let's see, because more times than not, he doesn't like coming down to take the penalty.
Well, we saw the Boomers present earlier, Fedez designated to Lofazo, didn't fancy stepping up and potentially missing. So we'll see what the decision is.
Well, they're taking the ball to the penalty spot.
Okay.
Zayn is not moving from his booth. And I don't think he is going to come down. No, look, it's going to be a shootout.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Nah, come on, man. You've got to come down and take a penalty like everyone else.
It's not to be.
Don't be like that.
So, Davilario, however, with this...
What a hat-trick.
Yep. Could become just the second player to Leo goal to score a hat-trick in the competition. Here we go. Big, big moment. Could go on to actually maybe even be the winning goal. Massive pressure
this will
on their number 10.
Golden goal or not.
Davilario.
We are heading to a golden goal. You've been asking for it for 2 days straight.
I know, I've been pestering you, I've been badgering you. You've been, every time we get to those final 2 minutes, I look across and you say, I know.
Oliver Bierhoff,
Oliver Bierhoff, Trezeguet, and so on, please, enough. But my wish has been granted. Now, of course, should there not be a goal in the allotted time, it then goes to a shootout.
No me pierdan balones en la zona 2. No pierdan balones ahí, no se la jueguen.
Mira, Julen pivote, Mowat derecha, Buba izquierda y cara arriba. ¡Ey! Con cabeza, ¿de acuerdo? Sí. La gente que ataque, que sea la de arriba. Almeida, Oscar, calma, que un gol nos mata. ¿De acuerdo? Acabar acciones.
Clear message from Arnau Dadiote. Finish the move because a goal kills us.
Yep.
Said, whoever's in an attacking position, attack. Defenders, defend. So don't go crazy.
So much pressure on Davilario just a few moments ago. I said that could have potentially been potentially at least a winning goal. In the end, we are into golden goal here. Next goal wins. It's simple. It would be very cruel on the losing side, as we've already seen effort go in, but it's a sweet, sweet way to win a game. Should it end in a draw after the 2 minutes plus added time, it would go to a shootout, and it's not your traditional penalty shoot, it's the shootout we've been seeing, we saw a few moments ago from Davilario, who start at that centre circle, and you've got 5 seconds to get your shot away. So this is the first golden goal we've actually had of the Kings World Cup clubs of this edition, I'm talking about, of course. We'll see what we have in store.
Oh, they've won it back.
Here he is, Uber Jr. Jinx, no. No, I don't want to jinx you because we need you to talk alongside me because there's so much more to come. Plenty of drama. So Victor Vidal with that stunner in the final 2 minutes, that goal which was the winning goal. Who's going to get the golden goal here? Heard also that message, was it La Cabeza, use your head, keep your cool. Was the message coming from La Capital, hoping to get the better. Oh, Persas. To that final minute now of normal time. Route 1 stuff will rise to the fore. Unless they're going to try and play for a penalty shootout.
You can just imagine how tense and nervy you'd be knowing that a 1 goal decides it. You don't want to take too many risks and expose yourself to the possibility of conceding. La Capital definitely seem to be the side looking to take the initiative in this golden goal.
Here they come, La Capital. Buba Jr. with the strike. He's back on the ball.
Slightly optimistic with that strike, Buba Jr.
Yeah, it was a very difficult angle. Would have needed something very, very special, a special strike, but he's back on the ball here. Buba Jr. just trying to dance his way through just 1 minute of added time. He's lost out. Opportunity.
That was a foul. That's
got to be a yellow
to be made.
Yeah, it's a yellow.
Doesn't matter, you know, 40 seconds with 6 players will take that, but you had to stop Eladio.
Yeah. And that's why it was clever in that sense. 100% agree with you.
Okay, I whistle for the yellow card. I whistle.
You can vote for your MVP right now. Eladio understandably leading the way with his brace. Buba Jr. Black Capital falling behind. And, oh, look, it looks like he's never a go. It's a lengthy run up here.
It's worth a go, I think.
Here he goes.
There's not a big wall, so he's got a view on goal here, Arias.
Here it is. Oh, I thought we were going to be
Victor Vidal.
Victor Vidal, I liked it. I thought we were going to see a Victor Vidal moment, so we're going to have a penalty shootout, ladies and gentlemen. The first one, of course, of this tournament. It's going to be even tenser. Who knows whether we maybe have a sudden death in the shootout as well, should they be all perfectly executed penalties. So
it's the first one of the tournament. It won't be the last, I can tell you that.
Absolutely not.
It brought a lot of controversy in last year's edition, and a lot of those exciting moments. So let's see what this one brings us between La Capital and Bersas.
Call me the captain, please.
Where the coach is just again, we're just trying to keep cool heads, trying to get that message across, keep cool. And of course, ask who wants to step up to the market.
Chicos, 5 que tiran, festejamos, los que atajen, Toño, lo festejamos igual, hay que disfrutar, vamos, dale.
That's a nice positive message from Gabriela Patocletti. Let's enjoy this. Score, celebrate. We don't celebrate well. Likewise, let's enjoy the moment.
Toss of the coin to see who will be going first here. Nice little huddle. It is a lottery though, isn't it? It is. Well, to be fair, with the shootout, there's a little bit less of that lottery because it's you know, that technique as well, more than say in that traditional penalty sense. And of course, but it works very much like a traditional penalty shootout. 5 attempts, of course, should it then be level, and it goes to that sudden death, which is thrilling, exciting for us. Watching, of course, as neutrals, not so much for those involved and the fans and supporters of Bersas FC and La Capital. Well, so many big moments in football have been decided, haven't they? By penalty shootouts, World Cup finals, Champions League finals, Cup finals. And it's the same, of course, you have to have a winner. There's no draws in the Kings League, and we'll see who will hold their nerve and who will better when it comes to converting these penalty shootouts. And it's going to be La Capital to get going here for us. And it's Adrien Petit, not Emmanuel Petit, of course, but Adrien Petit, no relation, I don't think, to Emmanuel Petit. It doesn't look any sort of resemblance to the Frenchman. We're underway then. Let's see if he can get La Capital off to a flying start. He can!
Good goal, good finish from Adrien Petit. The other difference between a shootout and a traditional penalty shootout here, there are more decisions to be made. The other one you can be nervous to say, put your laces through, but here, you've got to make a decision. Do I go round the keeper? Do I take it early? Do I go to the right? Do I go to the left? You know,
and you've only got 5 seconds.
There's more things to deal with in 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a real difficult one. And also your control has to be good. You don't want to overhit that first ball.
Oh yeah, that first touch is vital.
So many different factors, Bruno. We're about to see
Lonsdale.
I like that name.
Half English.
Here he is.
Wayland.
Oh,
he scores as well.
Brilliant finish from Lawrence Lonsdale. I've seen any Lonsdale stuff for many years, but in the 2000s it was quite a popular brand.
Yeah.
Lawrence Lonsdale with a nice lion. There was a real roar as well there from Lawrence Lonsdale, who makes it 1-1 and puts the pressure back on Capital. a lonely run-up as well, isn't it? All the way. Here he is, their number 10.
Oh, what a save. Wow. That was a very good save off of Muad. Look at, you'll see here, the strength in that right arm. Boom.
Oh, wow. Just that reach as well. The reach.
He's very big, he's very long, Montero.
Yeah.
With very long arms. Covers a lot of the goal.
Now, Persas can take the lead here, put themselves in pole position and really put some extra pressure on La Capital. Donovan Martins had the opportunity, you may remember, in the second period, unable to
the far post.
Yeah. Can he score here to make it 2-1? Oh, he can't.
Well, yeah, I thought he did it very well, because he did that long first touch, which meant he had a lot of time then taking on the goalkeeper, and it just didn't get enough curl there. A little touch meant the goalkeeper was down, and I thought he'd done very well, Donovan Martinez. It was just the finish that was lacking.
Now, La Capital can go ahead. It's their number 19, the one we spoke about, who grew as the game went. A really good second period. Sean Bennett.
And you'd think he'd be good in a shootout. He seems very, very skillful.
Yeah, technically really gifted. Here we go, 3, 2, 1. He's got 5 seconds to get his shot away. Here he goes.
Going around Montero is
easier said than done.
It's not maybe the wisest option.
Listen, it's the pressure as well. It's the pressure, isn't it? I'm sure if they were just playing, you know, just between themselves with no real kind of pressure, they'll be easy just to firing them away. But there's so much riding on this. The stakes are high. And now, John Palacios, as the pendulum swings potentially back in favour of Persas FC. And it's saved again. They're all fluffing their lines. Jimenez to the rescue for La Capital. Stays 1-1 in the shootout. No one can really grab a hold of it and put their marker down unless Taduda can now.
Struck it down the middle. It's a disappointing finish for John Palacios.
Now, to the camera. Here he goes. Can La Capital score again in this shootout? Oh, it's a cheeky finish!
Come off it. He's done the Lamine Yamal celebration. That is, wow, that is ice-cold veins.
That is a finish that Lamine Yamal would be proud of himself. And in those pressure moments, Yamal playing as if there wasn't any pressure on him. And it now puts, talking of pressure, really on the shoulders here of Arias. Here he goes.
Another one goes wide.
And now this is the big moment.
This is match point for La Capital.
This could be the winning goal, the big moment. If La Capital score this, they win. And it is Buenos noches, the Persas FC, and it is Buba Jr., another one who really grew into the game. Really have a cheeky finish like we saw before from Camara, or played a bit safe and more conservative. We're going to find out. Here he goes, chance to win it for La Capital.
Right on the edge of the box, Montero there. That was about as far as he could come out. But I think he just panicked when he saw Montero so close to him there, Buba Jr. And look, how many times have we said that they score roughly 1 out of 3 shootouts? It's not a given. How many have we seen here?
Yeah.
3 scored out of 9 taken.
Overall.
Well, that's exactly 1 out of 3, actually.
Now, Manuel Jimenez can be a hero for La Capital. David Hilario fighting to keep Persas in the shootout.
He missed the previous one. He doesn't make a mistake this time, David Hilario.
It's down to sudden death. It is now a sudden death. David Hilario, it's a sort of hat-trick, so not an official hat-trick, of course. 2 goals in normal time and converting in the shootout, and now it's sudden death. It is sudden death. Can't miss anymore.
And you feel that the ones that Jimenez has saved have been shots down the middle. You feel like Montero is the tougher of the two goalkeepers to get round and to score against. So I think they've maybe slightly got the upper hand. And look, Jimenez is going to try and take the penalty himself, keeper against keeper.
Here we go, a tale of two keepers. Jimenez goes for the cheeky chip.
No, it's not Christmas 2 days a year. It's only once.
And now that hands Persas the opportunity, Bruno, to win it, score here, and they win the contest. Montero, we've seen he's been brilliant at keeping out the shootouts. Can he, though, step up and transform himself into a striker? Antonio Monterde, everyone is watching. All eyes on you. 3, 2, 1.
No, it's a goalkeeper's finish.
It is.
They've both been goalkeepers' finishes.
They both have. It's now, it just keeps going on and on. Reminder, we're now into sudden death. It's their captain, Jordi Cano, one of their wild cards as well.
I'm surprised he's waited for the goalkeeper to take one before him, being the most experienced player in this team.
Here he is. Montana is just so good, isn't he?
He comes out so far.
So quickly.
If you get there quickly, you can maybe try and take it around him.
Maybe.
But yeah, the closer you get to him, the more difficult it is.
And it's that out.
The hands,
the way he can stretch. And the reach he's got
the reach
is impressive as well. So, Manuel Jimenez, can he be a hero, continue to be a hero for La Capital, or will this man here, their captain for Persas, be their hero?
Kevin Valdez.
Here he goes. Big moment. Kevin Valdez to win it for Persas.
We're running out of time.
And we continue. In sudden death, we continue.
That was a brain freeze, mental block from Valdez. He went to the left, he didn't roll it properly, and then he panicked, had to go to the right, ran out of time. You've got to be very, very sure when you try and go around the keeper.
Now, Diego Almeida, a defender by trade. Can he transform himself into an attacking midfielder, a super striker now, and take La Capital a step closer to the win? Here he goes.
Down the middle, and given the conversion rate on shootouts, that is huge. Capital, we've not seen many scored.
And finally, Antonio Monterde beaten. Manuel Jimenez save this, and La Capital are going through to the winners' pool in round 2. Who's going to be stepping up for Persas FC? Is that man? Yeah, they can take. Yeah, now we're into sudden death. Yes, they can do that. They can do that. Here he is, Davilario, fighting to keep Persas in the competition. Oh yeah,
just about got the shot away.
Yeah.
Well, it was probably the best player they could have had on a pressure moment in a must-score shootout.
And we go on. 3-3. We go on. 3-3. Now back to Antonio Monterde in between the sticks, and Petit, who converted his penalty at the very start, the first one, looking to get his second of the shootout, very much like Davilario just a few moments ago. Here he is. It is Adjo Petit against Antonio Monterde.
Taking his time. Oh no. But he really took his time there, Petit. And a lot of them are trying to do the little scoop over the keeper, the cucharas we've been saying.
And now Persas can win it. How many times have we said Persas can win it? La Capital can win it. Now Persas, huge moment. And it's going to be the man who scored one earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Lonsdale.
There we go. We've had Hilario and Lonsdale. Can they make it 2 from 2? Now Lawrence Lonsdale to be the hero. He is the hero for Persas. They win it in the shootout. They get the better of La Capital. La Capital's debut ends in disappointment in the Kings League, beaten in the shootout. Persas holding their nerve. Davilario, Lawrence Lonsdale, their heroes. goes in the shootout. They win it 4-3, and they go through to the winners' pool in round 2. La Capital, one of the first Spanish sides then to lose.
Yeah, the first Spanish side to lose, and another wildcard side that is defeated, and they came so close to winning. And what this does as well for Bersas, it means that they can go into the next game with that sort of relief of knowing that they can lose, that there is a margin for error, because you've still got that last chance. But for La Capital, it means the noose is tightening around the neck, and you've just sort of found your feet in this competition, but you've lost on day one, and now no more room for error. But as I said, they grew into the game, and I think there will be a force to be reckoned with in that losers pool. So let's see what beckons for Lamine Yamal's side.
In the meantime,